all night long. Let's get some action. Hopefully the round will start soon. I wonder how many people who were playing yesterday are playing in this today and swapped things up. Like, I wonder what the meta share changed after yesterday's meta share of 110 Blurple and Luca Riboldi and Michelle Sarelli, also known as Wep. I'm aware of him and I like him. Chit chat with him a little bit at Worlds. And Luca here won the event yesterday. Is he on Amber Steel like it says? We shall see. Yeah, it looks like Sky's list. Well, he's pretty close. That is a John Silver, so it does have some of his own spice in it. Probably discarding John Silver, Hook, or yeah, or Mulan, I guess. Interesting. I figured the Mulan would be better than the Hook. But it could just be he doesn't want to give any other information out, so he discards another Mulan, so it's just not more shown. Hey, fumbles, GGG. Ciao Bella. I'm definitely gonna add that into my like normal vocabulary. Kitty. Meow Bella. How do how do Italians meow to cats? Like how do you meow in Italian? Did he have that in his hand before? And I just thought it was something else. I mean, that's a good opening to have there, but that cannon's gonna be brutal if he thinks that Rafiki's gonna do anything. He's like, yeah, you want to trade your Rafiki with my Mulan? I know you don't because I have this Nala here. It's like nice Tipo. It ain't gonna do nothing. I guess it probably trades with Mulan the next turn. But then we just don't quest with the Mulan, right? Not for a turn, anyways. Meow. 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 Instead of meow. I don't know. It's probably just pronounced the same but spelled different. I opted to sleep in a little bit more this morning. I don't know if that was the right play or not, but when I woke up at 2 in the morning, I felt like I had to sleep more or I was going to die. And I'm a weak willed man, so I slept more. Oh, we drew the baby rhino the turn after we ink big rhino. That card I thought was a hook had to be the Nala. I just don't. I see no world that he plays or inks a big rhino or a baby rhino over a little hook. So Great open for Blurple. I mean, it was not a bad open. Um, it's a pretty good open for Wep here. And it looks like we've got an elephant, Hades, and another card. So like an elephant here is like not bad, but it's also not good. There's a Tiana to come down next turn. So just elephants. Wep plays Tiana and passes. Drew another cannons. That is a turn late. Oh, that, you know? John Silver, we forgot him. I forgot he had the John Silver. That's also a hilarious card to play the turn after your opponent plays an elephant. That's for sure. Whew. It's the best John Silver I've seen in a hot minute, honestly. We're going to draw Strength off of the next turn, play Tiana, sing Strength. Oh no, our penny. I mean, that's okay-ish. It's annoying because we've got Tiana, Cannon, blank. I don't know what that blank is. I can't tell. It looks like a storm, but it could be a Nala. We're passing the turn. It is a Nala. We're definitely passing the turn now. We're probably going to be passing the next turn as well, honestly. And then we're going to go with like if we draw a 2-drop, 1-drop, we go Nala that, then pass, and then the next turn we do that. We quest out. Then he has to pay either the 3 to pay for the shrink twice, but like that's the other thing is meh. If he didn't have the Under the Sea, Wep probably runs away with it. Yeah, the card I thought was a hook had to be that Nala, which makes way more sense. And we're in the tank. You need to make a play, sir. Oh, we're still resolving your play. Yeah, J-Bomb. It is Wep on the right. J-Bomb, you should bring me breakfast while you're getting breakfast for your family. Yeah, fumble that Luca Riboldi won yesterday, and he played a little slow most of the day, I will say. But it is in the morning. He should be... He has no great excuses for making mistakes like he did yesterday. I think it's perfectly fair to make a small error like that when you've been playing Lorcana for 12 hours. But he's only been playing for 3 now, so... Ooh, we drew the Duckaroo. It's a shame that cannon doesn't have like a prime target to hit. Oh wow, that's annoying. Come on, brah. What is this Riboldi doing, man? Like literally drawing the best cards possible. This is how you win events right here. I know firsthand. You just draw the answers. You don't have to dig for them. You just like, oh no, this Tiana's annoying. Oh, into the unknown. I mean, he had a Hades earlier, right? Did he? I bet he T-poed that Hades and now doesn't have it. Poor Tiana. So his whole board's gone, right? Not his whole board, but enough of it. Tiana, 15? Oh, because he can't answer. He can't answer the Nala thing. I was like, wait, why is he scooping? Oh, because he's dead. Because he didn't have the Hades. Or actually, he needed. What did he need? He needed that Into the Unknown and a Hades. I was volunteered to make bacon pancakes and hash browns, so it's gonna be a bit. Bruh. I want some bacon pancakes. There was a Hades in his hand uh, a while ago, but I think he TPO'd it on turn 2. Um, and the Hades wouldn't be enough, actually, because he can Hades the Nala, but then he can't take out the Tiana. And if he can't take out the Tiana, he can't take out the other characters. I mean, I guess if we had the Hades still, if we had the Hades somehow, and then we still draw the End of the Unknown, then we survive. But we inked the Hades on turn 2. Hey Fumbles, he won the event yesterday, not you. I don't need to hear this. I don't need to hear it, Fumbles. No, I love it. You just say the things that I'm not allowed to, but I still get to yell at you for them. It looks like he's keeping one Nala. Yep. Because I was pretty sure there's 2 Nalas there at the end. You're just gonna smack talk Fumbles and go to an ad. He can stew during the ad. Kept a cannon, drew a cannon. He kept cannon Nala on the draw. This shows that he... Oh, is that a... Actually, that's not... He kept strength cannon. Drew another cannon. Rough. You can see it on Web's face that he's not too happy. But his hand's, like, not terrible. He just needs to top deck a Daisy or a Nala. Probably not a Daisy. We don't want to just feed our opponent cards on the draw. Like a Mulan or something would be okay. I mean, that's what he wanted to draw in a couple of turns. Not right now. We're going to be canning the crap out of that. Boom! If Bro has, like, Sail 1-drop or Tipo here and it gets cannoned and just, like, can't play an elephant, but I don't think there's an elephant in his hand. Yeah, you're not... Ooh, and we drew a 1-drop. I'm pretty sure we ink the John Silver. I think that's a lady next to it, so that's better. Like, going Lady Troubadour next turn seems way better. And we need the singer. Like, hopefully we draw a better 2-drop for next turn, but I'm pretty sure cannons, Rhino is the play, and we ink John Silver. He's calculating what 4-drop could be played that I need to play John Silver. None. Okay, we're doing this. We're shrinking your Basil. Then we're sending it to the Shadow Realm. Fumbles, you like it. That's a power play right there. Oof. Draws the 4-drop. We've got Into the Unknown, Belle, and a blank. And Elsa. It's kind of a rough turn. I almost think I would have just inked the Hypnotic and passed. Just because every other card in our hand is just, like, way better than it is as ink. Oh, hey, we drew something good to play. We can ink Troubadour, go Lady Daisy if we want. I like it. We When you got Belle, Elsa, yeah. Are we just gonna play Troubadour, Quest, and Pass? There's no way. Bruh. How is that better than Lady Daisy when we have Strength Dock in hand? Are we just playing around Elsa that much? We're that big brained? We're that smart? I mean, I guess. So if you know your opponent has Elsa no matter what, is it better to play Troubadour? So you're like, yeah, you can Elsa take out my Rhino. I don't care about that. I go Lady Daisy. I go Lady Daisy sings Strength, doesn't take out the Elsa. And now, next turn, Elsa does big stuff. Yeah, you shake your head. You drew a card you couldn't play. It's ink. Just ink it and pass. I am just like not having it this morning for anyone. Yeah, ink in the unusable elephant. Heyo, heyo, that's a card. If only we had ink in the shape of a troubadour, but we don't need to. One card left, and it's a wee little cannon. This still is working out pretty well for Wep here. He definitely thought this play through and was like, well, if he plays a genie or something, I want to be able to handle it. You think this is good game at only 2 ink? Hey, looky there. He drew Lady to go Lady Doc. That is insane. Why did I think his last card was cannon? I knew it was Doc. Yeah, this is insane for what? Calculated, no Daisy Quest. Oh, no. We do go for it. Obviously, a Hades off the top. So... can't really do it all, right? So we could Bell, move the damage to the Nala, and then take the Nala out. And that way we don't have to play the Hypnotic. We answer a character and still get to do it. If we play Hypnotic, we better have another Bad Inkable in hand. We got into the... Man, wouldn't it be nice to have that? I think it's fine not to play the Hades. We get a challenge down. Oof. Good challenge down, move, take out Nala. What did we challenge with the Elsa? I know we put damage on it and then moved to Nala. The Rhino was already downed. If we attack Troubadour, it would have a damage on it. Daisy? Oh, because we hypnoticed it. Duh. That's so much more sense. I obviously did not sleep enough. The extra 3 hours, nope, not good enough for me. I don't know why in my brain I did not think of the bell. Like, my brain thinks of the bell move one damage to Nala to take away its resist and challenge it, not the put one more damage on it and move. Like, I'm definitely not thinking right now. It's because J Bomb is not making me bacon pancakes. You got another one of those Hades? You're gonna need it. Is that what he targeted with resist off the penny? Oh, all right. Their chat's already getting on it. These two. Yeah, it would just have 2 damage on it. How many turn cycles has it been? Has it been one full cycle? It has been a turn cycle because he's just like Monstro now. Yeah, so basically the Troubadour would just be 2 damaged and readied, right? Because he would have just played Tiana Pass and then Bro quests out, plays Monstro Pass. So it should just be that the Troubadour is in play with 2 damage on it, readied. And then so it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm trying really hard not to just preemptively judge Luca here, since this has happened before. But I am also a very sloppy player, and I try not to be. Arnaldo is really letting us know what's what. I'm slowly learning Italian. I heard Judge call. But The head judge yesterday really seemed to know what was going on, so I'm sure it'll be figured out. I should get a bowl of cereal while this is happening. I need to put some food in me. So he just didn't challenge it then, and there's no damage anywhere? I mean, one way to do it is when you play the penny, put it on top of or behind the card. Like, it's going to be readied up. It won't be turned. It won't be exerted, so it'll be easy to know. It'll be right behind the card. You know it would trigger. True. I'm honestly surprised that they let him not challenge the troubadour. Honestly, like he challenged it with two characters. Like that's just a mistake. So to me, it's just crazy that there's not a damage on the Elsa and Belle, but they let him quest instead. I love that it looks like he's got 5 cards, but it's just the cards from the vision. But normally, when your opponent is taking this long to think on a visions, they don't have a perfect card, but they still have something. Well, so do we have to wait a second? If Tiana shrinks the whale, it's just done. You have to have the into the unknown, right? Because whale would not be able to ward wipe if it only had 3, and then if it attacked again, it would get another shrink. I guess we send Bell Whale into Tiana, takes it out. Then Hades Elsa takes out Penny Doc. And then we lose because we can't take out Troubadour. The Troubadour that should have died is gone. Unless we have enough cards to double discard the Truby. We have to have 2 more cards in hand, which he might actually have. No. 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 That's not how that works, right? Like, because it only deals at 3, it has the -3, so Troubadour has resist 1. Like, is the Troubadour resist again ignored? Alright, incoming for another judge call. Like, he should have just literally won the game on the spot right there. His only out. Like, he had the cards. He could have done it, and he didn't do it. He had to discard a card to ready it to hit it again, and he didn't do it. Like, he could have done it. So that, like, he definitely just forgot that it was -3 the whole turn, and probably thought it was just -3 for that challenge. But the Troubadour should still be alive. The judge isn't there. No, it's God anyways, but it should have been just done earlier. Oh, they're telling him. Yeah, but it gets the shrink. It's still -3, friend. Is he trying to, like, defend himself here, saying it readies? I don't think he understands. Which which makes sense if you think the Tiana is just for that attack, but it's for end of turn. It says this turn. Okay, I think he just was told at end of this turn based on the look he had, but his body language is very defensive. I wish I actually knew what they were saying. Hey, it's Ava. We saw her play yesterday. I wonder if she made top 16. We saw her playing, like, pretty late into the event, I feel like. Oh man, I talked too much during that game and my cereal got soggy. Yeah, the Trube resist is a pain. Oh, did you learn that Tiana is until in a turn and not during combat? Well, combat's the wrong word. That's the wrong game. During challenge, I guess. I'm like adjusting my microphone. Probably sounds terrible. Yeah, learn how to play the cards by watching the professionals make mistakes. It'd be nice if someone came up with a brand new deck idea before Milwaukee that completely changed the meta in a good, positive way. I feel like my voice is haggard, tired sounding, maybe. I don't like scritchy scratchy, but not in a sick way. Just I've talked way too much yesterday kind of way. Oh, it is Ava. And wet. She must be working today, I guess. Oh yeah, I think it's my voice that sounds off, not the audio of it. I did see LD's deck actually. Is it publicly known? Can I publicly share that? I don't want to share it publicly before he shares it. I want him to get all the clicks and everything he can get. I am a content creator. I don't want to just steal someone else's content. I do that enough. I wonder if Vaultex is their thing. It's on Twitter. The upsetting thing is, I really hope him doing well with that didn't just make goofs go up. You already stole from you? What did I steal from you? Oh, baby boy. It's not theft when you give it to me. Search for Little Dominic. I thought I read this in a different thing, but I guess I read it here. This deck is also, like, if people start playing Hook again, Lewis is a lot less good. But this is the only card Hook is good against, really. It's missing 2 hefts. It's because Donald sucks. I do not like playing Donald Duck. Even when it's good in Amethyst Sapphire, it's good. If you lose hard to Blurple, did he say he loses to Blurple? I'm assuming he would beat Blurple. I don't see how he'd win the event without a lot of Blurple. Woo woo! Thanks for the sub.
Win 6 with a prime sub. Sunday morning stream pog.
Yeah. On 20, Lori talked about it? Okay. What is Vaultex? I'm assuming it's his sponsor, but I have no idea what it is. I've never heard of it. Is this some EU stuff? I'm assuming it's some type of like deck box or something. It's named that. Binders? Okay. Are they good? I normally don't buy binders. Like, I've got so many old ones, I just don't need new ones. Binders, sleeves, boxes. Yeah, it's missing heffalumps, supposedly. You got to pay for his guide to get those last two cards. His free guide. I don't see how this is good into blue-green. I'm missing something obvious, but what's the plan against them? Well, Ursula takes Under the Sea. Pete takes Under the Sea. Both of them stop a lot of their answers. And then Mother Knows Best answers Clarabelle Shift lines pretty well. But it could be a rough matchup. The fact that you can Clarabelle them back, you can shift Clarabelle and sing Mother Knows Best right back at them. That's kind of rough for them. And there's a lot of... Oh, right here. I just pointed this out to me, too. The missing two are Heffalumps and Whistles. Yep. I knew I saw something that said there's only 58 cards. Plus the Heffalumps on, like... an opposing Max Goof. Or a Basil. Is it over? No. We've got hours to go. That was only like round 3. They're just opening packs today. Yeah, no, you're welcome, which I think is fine. If, like, I get that you're welcome is good with Clarabelle, but just because you have Clarabelle doesn't mean you want to fill your opponent's hand with cards. Like, the Sapphire Emerald, they have a lot of catch-up comeback cards. Like, they have Under the Sea. We don't have Under the Sea. So you welcome them, and then they drop their hand of cards, and you Under the Sea them. You can't do that here. So you don't want to just give them more cards, even though if you draw more cards. It does work with the Max Goof, though. You can do that. But another problem, is you only have 7 singers for it. So it's like, basically your welcome in this deck is only good when you shift Clarabelle and then sing your welcome. But at that point, Mother Knows Best does a similar thing. Obviously, it's one less card. Unless it's a shift card, then it does almost the exact same thing, but you give them the characters back instead of 2 fresh cards, which could be good, could be bad. Hard to say there. And Mother Knows Best and Strength work with Max Goof in a very annoying way, I'm sure. Like going turn 3 Lewis, eating their character, next turn sing something with Lewis, play Max Goof, get it back. And when you don't have bind as well, bind's the wrong word. Bend, there we go. I'm playing too much Silk Song. Yeah, Ray has been. We played against Ray doing something similar. He was playing with 4-drop Donald Duck, and it was not bad in his list. But it could have maybe been other things like I won with Blurple, and we played for like 20 minutes each game. It felt like the games just would go so long. And Donald helped there, but like maybe if the Donald was a tempo card that wasn't also drawing me more cards, that he would have been able to beat me first. But it's possible that the extra cards from the Donalds allowed him to stay in the game when I was also drawing 1,000 cards. So how much is Max Goof worth? 35 cents for the baby one. $8.50. I'm assuming that one is messed up. I don't even see that one for sale anymore. So my guess is if that one did exist, it sold instantly, or it has like seven. Oh yeah, it's got $5 shipping. It's $8.50 with $5 shipping. The seller only has 3 sales, and they only have 2 cards in their store: the Max Goof and a Mother Gothel Enchanted. So if you wanted to buy an Enchanted Mother Gothel around market price and then save $4 on a Max Goof, go check out LCL Trader. Otherwise, it's really looking like Max Goof is just a $12 to $13 card. And $13 basically after shipping. My case had a box with only one legendary, and it was Maleficent. Case? Oh, well, your one box had. Okay, okay. I was like, a case with only one legendary? I would be calling Ravensburg support and be like, I would like a refund. There's definitely something wrong with this. My case was amazing because it was free and it had nothing. But I didn't lose anything. Bro, just show me all the Disney Lorcana cards. How hard is this? All right, this is why I have this shortcut, because it's so ridiculous to try to get to this screen right here. I've got to filter out rarities. I've got to do a bunch of stuff. It's crazy that Tomato is $15. Scars gone down. I want a set of Scars and I want a set of Max Goof, but they're not cheap enough. Like Bagheera shouldn't be $10. Why is Bagheera $11? Sees zero play. Zero play. And is $5 less than Tamatoa, which is like one of the best legendaries in Infinity. Rapunzel's cute. The thing with, alright, so Hades is a perfect example of what Rapunzel is. Like, Rapunzel's is worth more than Hades. People like it more. But Hades has 2 printings and is almost the same price. It's just that demanded. So if Rapunzel was reprinted, I would expect it to be around this price point, maybe $15. A similar thing there. Jungle Book love? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe, I bet this card probably dominates the casual tables. Like, they just love playing it. Chef Goofy has kind of been a letdown. I think I spent $12 on foils, and I don't think I played a game with it. But you look at Elsa, another reprinted legendary that sees a little bit of play, and the first chapter version is like worth nothing. Over here we got Basil. Freshly increased rare, jumping up over these things. Elephants are $4, but this person's selling it for 50 cents with $5 shipping. What else you got, friend? Well, if you also play Magic, I would probably buy from this person, maybe. They have insane shipping. But, like, you almost make up for it from the Madam Mim right here. My bet is that this was at 50 cents when it was worth 50 cents and never raised the price at all, and their shipping is so absurd that they don't even know that the Madam Mim is worth more money right now. But if you played Magic and had a lot of cards to buy, you could probably take advantage of this person selling cards for $1 under everything, but then having $5 shipping. Biddle Bubbles, I don't want to see your thing anymore. My baby. Nice, Crippling. Think I bought my foils for 20. Shark is only worth this much money because it's still in the format and people know it's good. But it's not good right now. It's the only reason it's worth money. It's not even that good in Infinity. People are I think the casual crowd is brewing decks with this way more. And then you have a bunch of people who own them who are like, oh, red blue could be good again eventually, and if it is, this is going to be part of it. So they're just not getting rid of it. But Tamatoa, they're like, well, there's no way they're reprinting Popsicle. And without Popsicle, Tamatoa is not good. Whereas in Maui, Shark is good with a lot of cards. Tamatoa is good with a very narrow select few that has a high chance of never being reprinted again. Graded cards are the biggest scam in the world. Butter. Butter. Technically, I don't put either of them, actually, because if it's a griddle, it's probably non-stick, which is unfortunate, but if you have a not non-stick griddle, then you use butter. Always butter. My wife uses way too much oil when she cooks. It's really frustrating. The best part about grading is people buy from me, they don't ask for 19 pictures. I mean, sure, that's a high-end card problem, I guess, but I like the crispy edges from butter. I mean, that's fair. I've sold a lot of cards worth like $2 to $5, like thousands of cards in that price range. It's annoying and it's not very profitable, but it boosts up the store a bit. Now I tend to only really like try to sell cards if they're like a few dollars to make it worth it. If someone buys multiple cards from you, it makes it a lot more. It makes it a lot better because then you're not losing the $1.50 on stamp package stuff. Basically, I mean it's not $1.50 yet, but man, stamps are going up in price over time. All right. Well, now we'll know if the screen changes. It's funny, you're like, I only sell cards over $100, and like those are the cards that I still haven't been able to sell. It takes so much longer to sell those expensive cards. Cards that are under $100, I normally have sell from my TCG store within the first day or two. I used to put cash in sleeves in my binder to buy cards. Yeah, I've done that. Wait, I thought the HOA told you were allowed to have your smoker. Thought they like changed their mind or something. Matteo Papi playing Emerald Sapphire versus Mirko Quintelli. Quintilli. HOAs are the devil. And, in my mind, should just be illegal. Having contracts baked into deeds is just absurd and should not be legally binding. I'm going to run for politics. I'm going to run on like the most crazy platforms, like abolishing HOAs. Like, they try to sell HOAs being like, oh, you wouldn't want a broken down, beat up car parking in front of your house all the time, would you? With an HOA, that doesn't happen. Instead, they're like, I see your grass is not. It's a centimeter or two above the allotted amount. We're gonna fine you $600 for every hour you do not go out and recut your grass. I act like I'm rich enough to live in an area with an HOA. I'm not. But I have a lot of rich friends who complain about their HOAs. What's the pull rate on Iconic? I think it's like 1 out of 44 boxes or something like that. Oh, thank you, Duran. Fruitcake, yeah, HOAs in England. See, they know it. EU's got a few better laws on a few things. Some worse ones on others, I'm sure, but their union laws and stuff like that seem to be a lot better. Straight to jail. Every single subdivision in my state has an HOA, yeah. Well, they're doing it this like really nasty way where like the housing development comes with the HOA and every house they sell has it baked into the deed that like you're forced into the HOA. And I'm assuming that they have somehow made a way to make profit off the HOA after they sell the houses. I don't know how they do that, but I'm assuming that's the gear, right? Like what is the plan? Like where's the profit? Are people only going to buy your garbage house because it has an HOA attached? Like that doesn't make sense. There's something else attached corrupting it, and I don't know what it is, and I don't understand why. Like there's got to be some tax loop or something. It cannot literally just be to keep undesirables like myself out. Like, I feel like money alone will keep those undesirables out. If they are undesirables. To rich people, most of us are. There's got to be some way to like try to lock up an HOA in court to make them like drain money, but it probably costs so much money to do that. The way that I've heard the best way to get rid of HOAs is to do it from the inside, which is you get yourself elected and then you vote to abolish it. I'm pretty sure that's like one of the only legal ways to do it. We got quite a bit of big boys here. We got Scrooge and Donald. We've got the whole little quacking family here. Took out one Clarabelle shift line, but there's another one there threatening being shifted next turn. But without another Elsa, it's probably going to happen. Got 3 cards in hand. I'm assuming we ink and play one, so then Clarabelle can only get 1 card. But maybe we've inked already. So they do make money off of running the HOA, so the HOA is not even ran by the people living there, Wantech. You're not buying your house then, bro. You're still renting. You're still renting. It's just a slightly cheaper rent, and you think you own the house, but if you mess up, they take it from you. I was like, wait, he's reading Basil? Oh, it's the discard one. That makes sense. We're edit undoing the Donald Duck, right? Didn't have the Claire cow. In hand. And he didn't play anything after that, right? So he would have, if he had cow, he would have drawn a few cards there. Oh. I'm so sore. Oh. Playing Basil and not activating in the same turn is so rough. This game is looking really not good for Mateo. Hands held high. Nope, sale. I'm not a fan of the Scrooges, and I think this game has kind of shown why. I mean, they're obviously for Amber Steel. You mean when I like basically was falling asleep the last few hours? Cities and counties often require neighborhoods to maintain roads, sidewalks. Having an HOA shifts the responsibility from the city to the homeowners. I mean, so the city likes HOAs to an extent, but that should literally be another reason people in the HOA don't like it, because they're double paying, right? They have to pay the taxes that should be paying for their road repairs, but because they're under an HOA, it becomes a giant private property or something, so then they're in charge of maintaining it instead of the city. That's interesting. You have to pay for snow removal on your streets. Thanks, HOA. Our bacon is way better. Apparently, the EU bacon's not as good. That makes sense. Maybe makes sense. I don't know. I mean, Canada doesn't even eat bacon. They eat ham and call it bacon. I'm assuming you can get Americanized bacon in Canada, though. I like Canadian bacon, actually. I just don't think of it as bacon. Like, do you even call that bacon up in Canada, or is that some crap that like American restaurants just called Canadian bacon for no reason instead of just calling it like ham slices? It's an American thing. Okay. we gotta talk down on those Canadians. Gotta put them in their place, one bacon slice at a time. This is not looking good for Mateo. He needs the hands held high under the C combo. But if he has it right here, he's got it. Isn't it also turkey bacon? I don't I don't know about that. There's oh my goodness, we had it. We had it. We're back in the game. One-sided B prepared. Only you though. All right, now we have a game, right? Maybe. He is at 17. So we're going to have to answer every single character. We did not see the combo at all yesterday. It's a first on-stream combo. He's got 5 cards though. This is looking rough for our hero Mateo. Maybe he's got a capsule to draw more cards. Ooh, maple syrup is not overrated, bro. Good maple syrup is like insane. Who picks order for Under the Sea? The player who plays it. But most of the time it does not matter because your welcomes will shuffle the deck before they ever get there. So it's not worth fighting over, but I did ask a judge on the event to find out because me and my opponent didn't know, and it is the person playing the Under the Sea who gets to choose the order. Our hero is always Blurple? No. Blurple's the enemy, friend. That's a crazy monstro to have, like, answer both of the characters, but at the same time, Mateo probably didn't want Bro to keep drawing off a Donald, but that's a second star. Alright, we need him to play another thing. What's better than pancakes or waffles? Lots of things. Croissants. Like a nice crispy croissant, I think I like way more. He's still close to an Under the Sea. The problem is he needed to be able to sing that, right? And now, even if he saw the Under the Sea, he wouldn't have had enough. Oh, what's better, pancakes or waffles? Maybe pancakes. I always wanted it to be waffles. I like crunchy food. But I feel the last few times I've been like, ooh, a waffle, let's do this. And it's just been like mid. Gluten-free pancakes are definitely better than gluten-free waffles, but they're both okay-ish. 10 years ago, though, you would have died trying to eat a gluten-free waffle. Now, I don't know if I've actually had a Waffle House waffle, surprisingly enough. I've eaten at Waffle House like twice, but I don't think I got a waffle. Maybe I should fix that. But it's possible I got chicken and waffles there once. Chicken and waffles really made waffles popular again, like 15 years ago. They don't have chicken and waffles at Waffle House? Bruh. Where did I eat chicken and waffles at then? I know there's a restaurant in my town that has chicken and waffles on the main menu. Do you not like chicken and waffles? They do in the Atlanta Waffle House. Bro, I don't need a Cracker Barrel. I have eaten there, but it's been like 30 years. I'm pretty sure the last time I ate at Waffle House, I was under 20 years old. Or Cracker Barrel, I mean. Waffle House was maybe 10 years ago. No, I definitely ate at a Waffle House within the last couple of years, but I did not get a waffle that time. I don't even know if I got food. I might not have been hungry when we stopped there. And I might have just gotten like an extra crispy hash browns because that's one of my favorite breakfast foods is like extra crispy hash browns. So good. We went to go eat at the Denver Biscuit Company and I had a hot Nashville chicken sandwich as my biscuit meal. It was pretty dang good. By Jonah Brothers? Why does Jonah Brothers have a song called Waffle House? How bad is this song gonna be? I'm a little worried, J-Bomb. It's not wanting to load. Oh, there it goes. We have a place called De Leon's. And that's where everyone in my town goes after you drink. We don't even have a Waffle House in our town. You have to go to Omaha to eat at a Waffle House. Everyone in Lincoln just goes to De Leon's, or they go to there's like a truck stop breakfast place that everyone goes. This is like a boy band that grew up and was like, "Are we still a boy band?" Tipo into Basil. Jeff. Sail into develop. We have the Clarabelle. Let's see if we draw a 3-drop. Oh, that was a baby cow. I thought that was a big one. All right, that's good. I love the Tipo Sail cow. Great opening. Bloodhound Gang has a Waffle House song. I'm sure it's inappropriate. I could only listen to that song so much. I don't get that. Do they talk about Waffle House in the Bad Touch song? You and me, baby, ain't nothing but manners. So do it like we do and sub to the channel. They have a lyric Waffle House hash brown. Okay, okay. So are we shifting cow here? Bro only has one card in hand. 6 ink. Under the sea. Yeah, you can Hades me, bro. Give me 2 ink. You ain't got nothing. You ain't got nothing, Quintilly. Nothing. I don't like how Mateo exerted his cow, though. I exert with all the characters. That baby cow in the background, the mid cow, it's also exerted. It's not just chilling there, staying right up. No, no, no. It is turning sideways. That's a pretty good you're welcome, but at the same time, I don't like giving my opponent up to 4 cards. Like, it's good, and I would do it. It's just frustrating because it's like, man, I hope I draw a good card. Like, I lost one of my rounds because I did that, and then I looked at my hand the next turn. I had 6 cards and not a single piece of removal in the entire hand, and I lost, where I needed like 2 pieces of removal. If I had 2 pieces of removal and then I draw one more piece of removal or something the next turn, I win. I didn't hit it. Yeah, Waffle House I think is like most places now. Like if you're in a really big like any big city should have one, but like Lincoln doesn't, but Omaha does. But Lincoln is not really a big city. Lincoln is like a big village. It's a big town. It's the capital. It's the second biggest city in Nebraska, but Nebraska doesn't have big cities, right? I don't I don't even know what the third biggest city in Nebraska is. I don't know what 3 county is. I know that Lancaster is Lincoln, and then the Omaha metro area is one. Ooh, big Anna. Mateo had to be over and be like, "What is that card?" It's like, "Could you tell me what this card does? I might need that for game 3." All right, we got another Under the Sea because that'd be hilarious. We don't need hands held high. We need Under the Sea. Ooh, we could play Basil here and get that last card out of their hand. I think that's pretty good. And keep the hands held high in case we go for combo. Yeah, Parker. You basically like that. Basically. I mean, we have over 300,000 people, I think, but barely. Where like a lot of actual big cities are like push and mill. Three hundred thousand 619 people in Lincoln. Nebraska has 2 million population. Half a million live in Omaha. 489,000. Yeah, that happens. Crippling. And how big is Frederick? Like on your plate, what county is it for you? Like compared to the other ones? Is it like anywhere near the biggest county? Wait, Bellevue is 3? Isn't Bellevue part of Omaha? So Omaha is 1 and 3 basically. Oil pancakes tasted better than butter? That's wrong. So we got Clarabelle, Donald, Basil, Scrooge, kind of holding the fort, but Quintilly's just trying to draw some cards with Dumbo and get there, but he needs to answer a lot of cards. Like, he has to answer this Clarabelle. Then he needs to draw cards. Then he needs to answer this Duck and this Basil. J-Bomb probably used margarine. Which then it's like, the oil tastes better than the oil. So he's not questing with the Clarabelle because he doesn't want Into the Unknown to hit it. He's forcing his opponent to have a Hades for it. Let me put some margarine on my pancake. Maybe I'll put some Miracle Whip on it too while I'm at it. Salted versus unsalted. Yeah, I guess it matters in baking. I don't bake very much. I'm impatient. But for other cooking things, it doesn't really matter because I'm salting my food anyways. But for baking, it definitely matters a lot. Whoa, there's nothing wrong with Miracle Whip. There's a lot of things wrong with Miracle Whip. I grew up in a Miracle Whip house, and it destroyed my taste. Like, I used to like Miracle Whip and hated mayo. So I thought. And then eventually I had mayo on a sandwich at Jimmy John's or something. I was like, this is so good. Like, what is this? I thought I didn't like mayo, but it turns out I just didn't like Miracle Whip. Mm, yep. Mayo on grilled cheese is good. You gotta. I prefer to use Hellman's Miracle Whip, which is the brand from Jimmy John's, by the way. Like, did you burn the butter or what? Like, how is the oil making your pancakes taste better? Like, margarine deserves its hate. It's more moist? Oh, so you don't like a. So it's more soggy and you don't like a crispy pancake. How much oil did you put on it? Bruh, Crippling, what are you doing, bro? That cannot be right. I'm gonna look it up just in case, but there's eggs in that. It is eggs. Next thing I know, Criplin's gonna be like, I like mid-rare chicken. Unopened store-bought mayo is shelf stable. Knew that. But opened mayonnaise should be refrigerated to preserve the quality and prevent bacterial growth. While commercial mayonnaise is acidic enough to be safe for a while at room temperature, it should not be left out for more than 2 hours. Always follow the specific storage instructions on the mayonnaise jar and discard any mayo that shows sign of spoilage, such as an off smell, visible mold, or discoloration. Toss immediately if you notice a sour or off smell, visible mold, an unnatural color or hue. You're eating at Crippen's house. That's why it tastes better, bruh. That bacteria really gets it going. We got Clarabelle, Baymax, Scrooge, Donald, Scrooge. Like, it's looking good for Mateo here. I mean, he did Singing Under the Sea with his opponent having one card in hand this game. All right. Finally getting rid of this cow. I'm having Into the Unknown for something else, but we need like a hypnotic strength to be able to pump this Elsa to take out one of these 5/5s. You know, Kriplin, a lot of food safety standards, you won't die if you don't follow the first time. Bacteria does not always 100% grow and create things that'll kill you. It will happen eventually, most likely. You could also have a very strong stomach. It could be a thing that you eat the mayo fast enough that really bad bacteria doesn't grow and you have a tolerance to it. But I remember reading a story about this dude who would, like, if there was mold on bread, he would always eat it and be like, "Oh, it's like penicillin, it's good for you." And then when he died, he literally died from like a form of like mold poisoning. Are you saying Mateo's playing so slow? I mean, that's what this game does. This deck does, especially when Blurple can draw so many cards. It's weird that pasta grows bacteria that fast. Why would you? I think the issue, like, I knew people who would order pizza, put the pizza in the box in their oven, and just then the next day pull out slices and eat it. Mateo's in a rough spot here. Uh, Maybe JDRR was onto something when he was saying play Monstro, because these Monstros we've seen on cams have just been so much better than ever before. J Bomb's like, I need to get on here so I can start talking about food. I think, why the heck is Quintilly still in this game? Did Mateo play too slow? I don't know. Like, he comboed twice in this game. I think it just shows that how many like, he literally put his opponent on like no cards in play, almost no cards in hand, and the Donald Duck literally refilled Quintilly's hand to keep in this game. So I don't like Donald Duck. I've been impressed by it. I do like. It's crazy how a come into play exerted character is actually useful. If this Ursula quested for 2, I think it would be a staple. Yeah, there's not enough good songs for me to even care about that ability. I thought this game was locked for Mateo for sure. Every time I looked over, he looked in a pretty good spot, but one Monstro cleared the board post under the C combo, but he had already, like, did he must have resolved a second star when I was chatting and didn't notice it. I didn't really notice him do anything that I felt was very good against green blue though. I feel like, I don't know, my Blurple opponents all did that. Like, that's just basic Blurple versus Emerald Sapphire. But maybe a lot of people weren't doing that and they needed to learn. So else is annoying. Like when I lost to Blurple, they just had so much ramp that they could do so much. When you beat Blurple with this deck is like this game where he like you get your opponent on like no cards in hand and like 5 ink and then you draw a bunch of cards. It could literally be that turn that I was like, I don't like having to you're welcome. It's so unfortunate filling your opponent's hand up even if you draw because he didn't draw as nearly as well as Quintelli did. Like yeah, one of the issues is with this matchup is that so many of the blurple cards, draw cards, are removal or good. So you basically in the mid game you're like, I hope they draw Basil. I hope they draw Tipo. These are the cards I need them to draw for me to maintain advantage. But it's like, oh, you have 8 ink. You top deck Genie into Dumbo. Okay, good game. Like it's just like frustrating when that happens. Did Quintelli just win again, or did the Baymax steal it? Yeah, Baymax stole it. Lucky Mateo. I love I love this. J Bomb's like muting himself, and then like when he's getting ready to unmute, he's like raising his hand up to unmute, so it looks like he's holding his hand like I've got a question. Why are you such a bad parent? Why is your baby crying? It's for the oil on the pancakes, isn't it? Well, that's why she's not old enough for a single pancake. She's eating solids foods, right? I don't remember how old my son was when we did solid foods and all that. That's funny. Someone in chat was like, I like butter because I like how crispy the edges get. Maybe you just cooked the oil once better. Maybe. Huh. It could be that your pan was a lot hotter. We get. It's a good hand. I'm hoping it's 5. I mean, that hand's okay. That's a You're Welcome. That's an Under the Sea and a Duck, Visions, and a Ramp. So I'm assuming he kept like a Clarabelle and Ramp. Well, part of it. I mean, you see, it's only the middle, right? I'm assuming their camera went out. Keeping just Elsa? It's got to be a mole 6. Keeping Elsa. No, yep. No. Quintelli looked at the top card. Yeah. I mean, if you watch the way he's shuffling, this is the way you are supposed to shuffle. He's constantly changing the top cards of the deck. So you know, well, you should know he's not cheating. He was kind of looking down while he did it, but his cards were not facing him, which is good. But it's a little concerning, but not very much. Like, I wouldn't be calling a judge or anything over. Yeah, he's like, should I have gotten rid of the Elsa? Should I have kept it? Yeah. Yep. Yeah, Jabba, I don't like to look at my hand until after my opponent's played their first turn, or like is not staring me down. Like if my parent opponent is staring me down, I'm not gonna look at my hand until they take their turn. There is an insane amount of information that can be gathered at the beginning of the game through various means. Chatting, facial expressions on your opponent when they look at their opening hand, like yeah, I don't think you can do that once you sit, but yeah, that's a walking to the table type thing if you want. Bacon. Do you think he cooked his bacon in the oven? Like I saute my bacon. So I chat with J Bomb to get his deck list. Yeah, that's smart. Oh my. That's a play that I first saw done on the weekend. Shane did that to me, and he was like, "I don't like this play, but I think I'm supposed to do this." I had a like I was gonna be shifting a Clarabelle soon, so like he needed to try to empty his hand. Yeah, I think it's worse than that, but and that feels bad. So, did he just ink another Into the Unknown? Oof. Audio get cooked? Did the audio get cooked? Best to snap keep. Doesn't happen often, but sometimes. I feel the more powerful the format is, the less likely that is to happen. That's like the, oh, I have curve, so I'm keeping. Yeah, it's just, you have big 5/5s. Mateo, yeah. Man, I can't stop yawning. That sounded like you started to fall backwards or something. Whoa, that boy ain't right. You're out of focus. Oh, we got a cow? But only 2 cards over there. Wow. We are the aggressor. Elsa on Tipo is such a mid move, but that makes sense. Did I miss a Dumbo drop? Nope, no Dumbos. This game. It does not look like Baymax is happy. It looks like he's just got like a straight mouth. It's like dot line. In his chest, you can see the little Baymax. Did you just touch my card, bro? Yeah, I would not like that. I don't know if I would say anything. If it was my friend, I would say something. I'd be like, "I've got it, bro." So he's got Donald Baymax. So, So if we inked Cal or Donald and played Basil, we could bounce the Elsa. Okay. And then quest for 2. And then he can play Elsa again. And then quest with Basil and trade Genie into our Basil. But then we still have 4 more lore coming in the next turn. And we could even challenge the Basil if we the Basil if we needed. Oh. Okay. Maybe this is better. This doesn't. So like my thought was like force him to have to replay the Elsa and not have a good trade, but this could do a similar thing. The problem is if he had a Hades or something, I think that play is way worse. Because then he gets to keep his big things. And a lot of lore. We're just going to let him go to 18, apparently. I think you quest with the Elsa. Let him take it down. If you quest and he doesn't, you have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You don't have Lorthal yet, but you're not going to you're not challenging with Elsa this turn. There's no reason not to quest with it. Yep. Under the sea. Under the... Oh, man. And then Basil gets rid of a card. I think you have to hit the Elsa. What the Baymax? The Baymax. You can't even play it. Oh, we're shift healing. Trixie. Trixie. Like, it's got to be the shift heal, right? Yeah, they don't have the cards, and you have the same amount of 5/5s. You just get one. But we're not. What? It only takes. Yeah, we shifted on the Scrooge to full heal, and then we've got 4 5/5s. It's still not enough. Basil Genie do, yeah, it would have been enough. It would have wiped your whole board. It would have wiped your whole board. Like the game's over. Yeah, good luck. Oh, I think he was saying I meant to do it. I think he's talking about he meant to do it and he didn't. So that would make sense. This is why the Beguer is worth money. They've been showing it on stream. It was so unfunny that it just shut off J-Bomb. It just like turned him off. It broke him. I should probably get all these addresses from people for mailing stuff before I forget. Tippy typey, tippy typey, tippy typey. It was just, yep, 519, not 919. Okay, okay. All right, so we got 2 messages through that, and I think we got 1 in Discord. Let me turn my screen off for a second so I don't accidentally show things I don't want to. Haha, it did go onto the wrong screen. Definitely did not want that being shown. I don't know. See you, Jabba. Wait, they... You're like, be careful of the baby gate, and they just walked right into it. It's funny. Dude, I feel like I gave away more. I think someone who won one of the cards yesterday didn't tell me. This guy started his Metafy up if you're interested in Amber Steel coaching. His guide will be out in a couple of days. I think he's getting rid of it at $20. Yeah. I mean, you got DKP attached on yours, right? So that's why yours is so much. What was your initial price before you redid it? Yeah. You heard it there. Just wait J-Bomb out. He'll lower the price. Man, this is going to be one of those things that I'm going to have to rewatch the stream to capture who won. Because I have three. I have Slappy, Sown, and Chet. I know. Like, I felt like I gave away 5 of them. Well, I gave away 2 before that stream, so maybe that is 5 total, and that was all of them. Maybe I only did 3 giveaways. Who won the sub giveaway? Was that Sown? One was me, says Hanulolo. Mm-hmm. That's some suspicion. But maybe it was. Oh, the Diet Coke tourney? Suspicion. Alright, let's judge J-Bomb on these pancakes. Those are some small pancakes. I think I like that aspect. You definitely crispied them. This one. This one. Hmm. He's got his kettle over here. What, this pan here? This is not a plate. It's a cookie sheet, to be technical. Oh, look at this, though. This means that Jeffrey here cooks with gas. And I'm jealous. I wish I had a gas stove. So much better than electric. I mean, low is only so much. Yeah, I think they're just talking shit here on your burnt crispy ends here. He was dancing with his wife. I feel like there was some little Mickey Mouse thing at Disney. I can't remember if it was a pancake or a waffle. Or no, it was the churros. It was the Mickey Mouse churros that were good. I did not pay for any of the buffet things, but they gave us one kind of, and we were supposed to pay. I'm not gonna get into that, I guess, because it's not my place to complain. But I will say I was quite let down. Like, I guess it was Disney's fault, not RB or Infinities or anything like that. They basically set us up to do an it was a breakfast at Ariel's Grotto or something like that. And the way they advertised it, so if someone said, "Would you like to eat breakfast at Ariel's Grotto?" and then they told you that you got to eat for free, but your kid had to pay extra, and you asked how much would it cost for my kid to eat, and they're like $40 to $80 for a child to eat. Would that make you think that there would be characters there because it's Ariel's Grotto? No. There was not a single character there. It was literally two tables with some food on it. Not even that impressive. It was disappointing. It was it was probably the worst aspect of the trip, actually. And like, I haven't really complained or talked about it because I don't think it was like RB's fault at all. I think this was just like a mess up with Disney being Disney. And if you want to know what I mean by that, I mean, if you're gonna go to a resort, they're gonna fleece you on a lot of things. That's just the way of the world, unfortunately. And I think that breakfast type thing was one of the fleeces that they normally do. And when Infinity set that up, I don't think they realized they were getting fleeced. Okay. Ooh. 18 packs slash items of Disney Lorcana trading cards worth 300. 80 packs of blisters worth 470. 4 packs of MLB collectible trading cards worth 159. So, oh, because some dude just stole it from a Target. It's crazy that 4 boosters of Major League Baseball was $160. 80 packs of Lorcana blisters. So would they just like fill a cart with boosters and try walking out with it? Like, was this 1994? It's a big sandwich. Fumbles. I'm gonna share your sandwich on stream. I hope that's fine. Mostly because I want to point out how absurd it is, the cut. Why would you, like, right here, bro? It's like an inch over from the middle. Put them all in a bag was tying the knot when he got busted. That's one way to get the da-da-da-da-da-da. But wait a second. How can you arrest him for putting them in a bag in the store? Doesn't he have to at least try to leave the property for it to be considered stealing? Like, couldn't he literally? Did he lie? Like, I don't know. If I'm gonna be a thief and I get caught in the store filling my bag up, I'm just gonna say, "What, you wanted me to carry this to the thing? I'm just taking this over to the register, bro." Like, they would have to catch you trying to leave. Okay, he tried to leave. Yeah, all right, that makes sense. Because that's one of the things. Like, I'm pretty sure you can get in a lot of trouble for trying to stop someone from stealing without being able to prove they're stealing. So much so that that's why they tell employees, do not stop thieves. Yeah, Boomy, I understand they have carts and baskets, but it's still an excuse. I would just play idiot over that. Like, I'm trying to steal. I'm already stupid, right? Like, I would much rather try to lie to them and say I'm an idiot and a fool and maybe I think you could maybe get away with that. But if you catch me trying to go out the door with it, then yeah, I'm got. Hmm. Yes and no depends. Yeah. I'm sorry, I haven't thought out my thieving, my thieving escape plan yet. I don't know. I'm that type of person though that like if I got that thought, like I'm going to later in this day sit down and be like, okay, if I was gonna steal 900 boosters from Target, how would I do it? Like I'm not planning on doing it, but like the curiosity, the concept, the thought has been placed in my brain, and this puzzle needs to be solved. And I will not stop thinking about it until I come up with the way that I think I would do it in the scenario. Where did you send it to me on? Oh, it was just taking a few moments. So this is your Every Mickey collection. J Bomb's reminding us how he has money and we don't. Gem 10, Gem 10, Gem 10, Gem 10. 8.5, you scrub. Gem 10, Gem 10, Gem 10. I like how it started the moment I did it. Oh no, Wep got a loss. Was he 2-1 when we watched him the last round? Already up a game. Whoa, did they like what is going on? Did they give us a round or is it not reset? Oh, it's not reset cuz he's not Mateo. Okay, okay. Okay. Ooh, we've got the Aurora start. We haven't really seen a good Aurora start yet on stream. I think it's just set to a really low scale. It's probably set to 240. Rabid Dog says you're not supposed to stop them. You're supposed to let them leave and then call the police. Unfortunately, fortunately, where we live, the police have cameras at every entrance of the town. That's kind of suspicious. I don't know if I like that or not. It must be a small town. The police are just like, we got 4 cameras each way in and out. They end up identifying them and catching them within 20 minutes as long as you can describe the car. Discarding a daisy. What are we gonna play? A Nala? A Truby? What? He changed his ink. I wonder why he wanted to swap it there. It's a 64-person event. So it's probably 6, 7 rounds. I don't know the actual math. Yep. Is that a kitty cat? Interesting. All I heard was, "Ow." Baby's channeling her inner kitty cat. So strength, Nala, Mulan, and the pesky little baby rhino. Do we play? I think we play Mulan and loot. No, we're just trying to hit that rhino. I think he wants to shift a rhino. So maybe he's like, well, next turn I could Mulan, and if I hit the rhino, I can discard something else and shift. And at this point, he's waiting a turn. But waiting's rough, right? Like, if Daniel has the Elsa, he gets to eat this Nala. There we go. I like Wep plays like me. He's like, oh, I need to sing this. Oh wait, I sang with the wrong one. Let's quickly swap them in the middle of singing the song, which in my mind is fine because it's like if this was if this was Magic the Gathering, so many of these plays would be like, no, like I'm not going to let you do that take back. Like you can't do that take back. And the reasoning is not like, oh, I'm just going to be like a rules lawyer as much as it is like, no, you're actually giving and getting information. When you exert with your Tiana and sing a song, and I say, okay, could literally be different than if you sang with the Troubadour, because I might have an answer that I want to then play on the Tiana before it turns sideways or something like that, right? When you add instant speed interaction, what rules you're allowed for takebacks drastically change. Because theoretically, almost everything on your turn you could rewind if you're not drawing cards, right? Like, I could challenge your whole board and we rewind, and I have gained no new information unless you have a banish effect that does like the moment that you allow your opponent to make a choice, you can no longer rewind. The moment you see a new card, you can no longer rewind. It's a pretty brutal situation here. I don't like this is what Sky was talking about. He's like, you sing strength, you have Tiana, you win. You don't even need an aggressive early start. Like he discarded the daisy. He's like, I don't need it. Who cares? Like, is that another Nala? Oh, it's a dock. Which just means he doesn't have Lilo in his deck. I hate that theory. It's mathematically correct, but man, do I hate it. It could be anything. It could be a dock. Yes, but there's a less of a chance of it being a dock this time than if I do it. Then the next time it has a higher chance of being a dock. So then I have a higher chance of drawing the dock, and it's like, oh, I hate that. Yeah, he can't quest with Mulan because he challenged it. Oh, he. I thought he challenged it with Tipo. So the Tipo comes back too, right? And yes, did they take his lore away? So you like the John Silver? I think I think Harlan liked John Silver. I played John, like, that was one of the things that playing Harlan's Kiwi list that I was like, hey, I like this John Silver. I really like 3 cost 3/3s that quest for 1 that have a good ability. I don't know, TJ. Are you sure it's a bigger problem in the EU? I feel like that's the type of thing that you would have to like spend time in the EU and the United States for. Because I am sure there's areas in the United States that there's sloppy players as well. Like I know that I am a sloppy player, and I try to not be. And I make mistakes like this as well. At Ink, I counted up at least 5 times over the whole day that like I tried to accidentally cheat without realizing it. I think I tried 3 or 4 times. I quested with a character I just played. I caught myself 3 of the times. Twice was like I turn it and then I'm like, oh, I just played it. Undo it. Once was on my opponent's turn. I was like, oh, wait a second. I'm sorry. I need to lose a lore. I couldn't have quested with this character. And I readied it. And then once my opponent was like, you just played that. And my opponent caught it like I turned it sideways, wrote it down like you just played that, right? So like I didn't have time for my brain to catch up to be like I'm an idiot. That just happens, and the longer the event goes, it happens more theoretically. Uh, it's not a good look for sure. Um, and then the other one was I played the Scrooge and I looked at 5 cards. I even counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'm gonna blame. So one thing that RB did with this game that I do not like is I really wish that they would make up their mind between 4 and 5. Either make all the cards only look at 4 or make all the cards only look at 5. It would be nice if they were the same, just to stop people like me from brain farting and doing it the other way around. Like with Ariel, in set 1, I definitely looked at 5 cards a few times because my brain is like Singer 5. I look at 5 cards, right? Like, which is yeah, like I haven't done that in a long, long time. So like things like that you get to. And then like throughout the day, the rest of the day, I'm like like so for my Scrooges and my visions, I'm like mostly putting them face down to count them because I'm like I'm not getting a game loss because I'm an idiot and I do it again, right? It's like I really did not want to have that kind of thing happen. Yeah, get 3 and 6. It's like, well, you took so long inking. I thought I was on turn 2. Flavio Lorcanita. So is that a phrase, or is that like a person's name who's not actually on the? Oh, I that's is that just that person's name, like their gamer tag? This skill diff being able to TPO on one is pretty good. Did you miss anything? Well, we just got to watch Amber Steel do some stuff. Um, that was nice. He didn't open on. Did he open on Aurora? I remember saying we haven't seen an Aurora opening, and then like he must have opened on it, and then it got gotten what? So and then the Mulan, the Aurora probably got eaten. That's probably what it was. Yeah, it depends on whether or not you have a dock. 100% depends on if you have a dock. If you can refill, then emptying your hand faster is good. If you cannot refill, it feels bad. Whoops. Got sharked. Not actually sharked because your opponent didn't shark you, but the meme was there. Sharked myself. No. Ooh. Yeah, I am definitely going to be feeling FOMO that weekend watching. Ryan is not going. All right, so he had well last week his plan was to go, but well, I think after looking at flights and how much it would cost him, he's like, you know what, I'm going to spend this money and go to multiple CCQs instead, which is unfortunate for him. Like obviously CCQs are not as good as a DLC. Going and hanging out in the EU would be a fun time, but an expensive time. I mean, we just needed WCC to sponsor our team, right? Like, just put the WCC tag on our jersey, and that's that. Nothing else. Just and then pay us to fly, right? Like, we'll put your sticker on our jersey. You pay us to fly to every event. No, it doesn't. I've read your contract, actually. Not your contract, but I have read a WCC contract. It was not given to me. WCC has never tried to make me join the team. That does hurt my feelings, I won't lie. Even if it's probably best they didn't, because if they had asked me when I was still on Labyrinth, when Manti was, yeah, I'm not going to get into that, I guess. If they had asked me when we were on Labyrinth before we broke up Labyrinth, when they had contacted like Kendall at the same time, like maybe. But who knows? Maybe they contacted Kendall, and Kendall was like, "You don't want that scrub on your team. Get me off this team. Give me some real teammates." Uh, well, before I get onto that point, I just want to say, but like one of the things is like I love my teammates. Um, so one of the reasons I'm glad they didn't contact me is I'm glad I wasn't put in the situation where I had to choose between financial gain and staying with people that I like. And like I knew Kendall was propositioned by WCC, um, and I know, and like we chatted about it, and it makes sense. I'm not going to go into his personal reasons as to why he chose to do it. That's his choice if he wants to. Um, but if I was in his scenario and I wanted to continue doing the things that he wanted to continue doing, like the decision he made perfect sense. Especially since then he like instantly traveled all over the place, right, on WCC's dime. So that's what you can do, and that's the goal, right? Like people might not understand, but like if you're joining, like we want to be sports stars. Is it bad to say I want to be famous? I mean, that's not really why I got into it, but like if you're it would be really cool to have someone pay me to fly to an event, pay for my hotel, pay me just to play. Like I never hit that level of pro player in Magic. Like I got up to bronze level pro, where they gave me basic, I got like one invite to a pro tour from pro level status, but I wasn't like a gold or platinum. Like that's it. Like it was insane to be gold or platinum. They paid you no matter what, like $250, $500 for going to a GP, which is not very much, but it offsets travel a lot. And this was also like 8, 9 years ago, so flights were like half the price they were now, right? Like it was much cheaper to fly at the time. So like that's the dream. You get to play a game you love, and you're not losing all your money doing it. Sure, it's not like some multi-thousand-dollar contract that allows me to quit my job, but if I was single with like nothing, like I could really have seen like talking to a friend and leaving all my belongings at my friend's house, or like a storage unit, and then just traveling to events and staying with people like a week before the event and testing with them for like do a travel gamer, especially with this like last month or two where it had been perfect. And there were people that did that. 20 Lore did that, right? They drove from Texas to whatever the first event, CCS, and then they drove from CCS to PPG. And so like they drive and then they stay like however many days at a hotel or something, like, and then they set up and then they play. Like as a player, that would be fun. We were talking yesterday about how insane it would be to live or to go on a cruise ship for 2 weeks before a pro tour. Oh yeah. which is crazy, but it's crazy to me that DKP's like I can beat your sailor items, but I can't beat blue green. But they didn't beat the our sailor items. They beat we, they beat like pre-worlds items. But we also realize, well, there's a few things. We played the list initiated from like Fabiano or Fabian. I can't remember his actual name. I'm sorry. I haven't really interacted with him. He was more friends with like Sailor, interacted with a lot more, but still a great guy. And so we like used a modified version of his list. But as you said, we played 4 hideaways because we understood how insane that is. Purple balloon, yeah, they got rid of that for Magic. Um, yeah, a single carpet bag, a single carpet bag. And you're like, this carpet bag does everything. No way. Oh, this is a game for fun. They're playing for fun here. They're having some technical difficulties though. We saw some like rewind fast pace things here. It looks like they upped the bits. He's just like, yeah, we're closed. We're closed. Like, I'm not making 200 nuggets at close, brah. Peace. I remember we drove down. We were driving to Disney actually, and I was with my family, and we're from Nebraska. And in my like, I feel like most people think this, but maybe they don't. But I assume most people think the way they talk is the normal way for everyone to talk. But from what I've heard and seen is the Midwestern quote unquote accent is like the easiest to understand. So like we have call centers everywhere, everywhere here. Maybe the entire United States has as many call centers, and if that's the case, then like I don't understand it because there is like dozens of call center companies in Lincoln, and some of them are gigantic. Like Nelnet is huge. Um, and so I just assume that everyone has that. So we go through a drive-through, and my mom's like, "We'll take a number 3. We'll do fries, some ketchup, or like barbecue sauce with that, Dr Pepper to drink, and then we'll do a number 4 with this and this." And then she's like, another order, and the lady's like, "Y'all need to slow down." Like, I just wanted to say y'all wanted to slow down right there. So we got the basic ramp 4 drop on 3 on both sides. Pretty basic opening. It looks like a 6 drop Basil in hand. So maybe we're gonna do a tricksy little shift ink, make them discard, then sing Under the Sea. And if we have that, that would be pretty neat. Then Arnaldo basically has to like just hard cast into the inkwell. But if into the unknown, I mean, if he doesn't have the under the sea, I really hope he doesn't exert this Basil. Yeah, being told you have an accent when you're like, I don't have one. Like, what do you mean I have an accent? Like, I feel like only. I feel like I probably have an accent if I try to speak a foreign language. I'd have like an American accent or something like that. Yeah, what is the Midwestern accent? The fact that we don't have an accent? Maybe it's like vocal burnout, maybe, but I think that happens to everyone. Ooh, the Into the Unknown Elsa play. Oh, they're gone. They disappeared. Yeah. Oh man, chat mentioned that. Chat was even like maybe it was salted or unsalted butter. No, I don't have an accent. You have an accent. The Midwest accent is corn. Bruh. I think that is my favorite word. I started saying bro ironically like 20 years ago and it kind of stuck in. But bruh, I knew as soon as I said it, I'm just like, no, this is just like fun to say. Like the actual act of saying the word is pleasurable. I can't explain it. Peebles? It is funny. Yeah, I'm sure it was the Peebles that made you laugh. Well, before making any more jokes here, I'm gonna remember I'm on stream and not a private call. So these Mickey Mice, this inappropriate Jasmine, which actually is not that inappropriate because it's kind of close to the art they used later on, like, but she's sitting in the movie, yeah, when she's pretending to be hypnotized or forced in love. I guess you're on a lag. What's crazy to me is how much better I feel. Like maybe I'm just a weirdo, but like I feel the test print cards I'm making for my game look so much better than their test print card does. Obviously, they're like this. The Mickey, the quality of that is like way better than the quality of the Jasmine. Trying to find the perfect card to share, but it doesn't exist. Do you recognize this art? Did you say Tim Curry? The artist's name is on the thing, but what? It says James Enser on the bottom left. That says character. That says character. Is that font too much? I don't know. It's like I kind of like having the different font. I kind of got. Thank you. Yeah, I'm just using public domain art. I don't have screenshots of Disney things to do. I like the Pinocchio in the background here, just like it's a creepy Pinocchio. That was an aerial, but that's definitely copyright. Here's my here's my Pinocchio. I'm pretty sure I showed this one. The Ace of Lies. I haven't decided what like so currently I have like a theme of like deck of cards type thing where like a bunch of characters are like this I think Robin Hood is the Prince of Thieves or whatever, so it's like the the Jack basically. Although like use Prince as a like Jick if that makes sense if you played Hearts. Did they have to change them? Oh, that's I think so. I think there's a difference. Are you talking about the art or the names? I'm pretty sure Mr. Smee might not actually be public domain. Yeah, it might have been that type of thing, or they designed it after public domain characters. And so like all the art in my game is public domain. I'm using classical art for the first set. When I actually get it taken off, and if the game takes off eventually when I finish it, and I'm able to make a digital client and all that, yeah, I'm gonna hire artists to make real art. Uh, that's easy peasy. But I honestly think using classical public domain art looks way better than using garbage AI art. Like maybe I'm wrong there, but and the other thing is a lot of these public domain characters like Pinocchio, like that, there's classical public domain art of that character that exists already. And then like I could do this, which is I use public domain art of a random person or kid, and it's like, yeah, here's Pinocchio. This is Pinocchio after he becomes a human. And so this is Pinocchio Prince of Puppets. I like the maybe I shouldn't, but I like the alliteration style thing of like PPP. Bam. Oh, I was like, did we miss it? Nope, they're still doing the caster game. So in the game I'm designing, I'm trying out a coin style thing, similar to what like Hearthstone does. Just a card that the person on the draw always has to try to balance it. Um, I, I, I don't know. I don't know. I think it's too good in Gundam. I actually think that the way Gundam is built and then the way they do it is too good. Um, and for those who don't know, in Gundam, you get a resource every turn. If you are on the draw, you get a disposable resource that when you use it, it goes away. Very basically like this, right? It's like it costs 0 and it ramps you 1. I'm trying to make this better by adding like gain 1 objective point, and in my game you win by getting 21 objective points, which is another lineup with like that's the, you know how they have cards like the like queen of this, king of this, like 21, right? Like maybe that's too cute or not cute enough, but I thought it was funny. And but in Gundam, cards have 2 costs, quote unquote. They have a level and they have a cost. And the level is how many resources you have in play. So there is cards that have a level that are level 2, so you have to have 2 resources, but only cost 1. So when you're on the draw, you can play this card on turn 1 and you don't lose your extra resource. And the game really devolves into having that extra resource, playing your cards, but then not using your thing. Like you would like when you first see a card like this, the star here, you would assume they're playing it on turns 1 or 2 to then get tempo and to go out, right? But in Gundam, that's not really what happens until turn 5 or 6. What happens is they use this to play their high level, low cost cards a turn sooner, and that gives them tempo. And then on turns 5 or 6, they use it to play some expensive cost card that the level and the cost are like the same, and it doesn't matter then, right? So in like the deck I played, it had like a level 6 5 cost card. So I would play that, and then I'd use the extra 1 to put a pilot on it and be able to use it right away. But I honestly felt that it flipped it. In Gundam, unless you're playing against hyper aggro, which I feel only exists because of their on the draw mechanic, you're at a huge advantage. Like being on the draw is better. And you even draw in Gundam, you draw a card on turn 1. The person on the play draws a card, and it's still better to be on the draw 95% of the time, I feel like. It's like really weird. How does One Piece do it, Remy? Or is Han Yolo just saying maybe he's just referring to the Gundam thing? Yeah, it's just like it's a hard and delicate thing to balance, right? Like I feel if tempo is too powerful, then like if you give too good of an on the draw ability to like steal the tempo, then you're still then you just always be on the draw, right? Like Gundam is interesting. I've played it a bit, but like I haven't gone out of my way in my scheduling to make locals that often. Where like I couldn't do it a few times because of travel, but other times I'm like I could go play Gundam, but I'm gonna stay at home and play Silk Song, you know, or I'm gonna do this other thing that's like the new hot thing. Whereas in like, oh, I'll go play Lorcana if I'm not traveling, and then like I went and traveled for an event and then played Silk Song after the event, right? Like the priorities are different. Gundam feels good, but also feels not good. Like I like those mechanics of Gundam, but I don't necessarily like the victory mechanics. I don't like the prize slash base thing that they have going on very much. I think it adds some major luck elements to the game. Because one, just like Pokemon, you could have like your one of card stuck as a prize and you don't get it and you lose from it. Um, Pokemon has a few cards that let you like look through your prizes and like swap the card with a prize. So they're aware that this is an issue, and they even have ways to like work around that. Gundam doesn't. They have burst, and that's like the like their attempt at fixing it is like, oh, instead of you, because when you start with six bases shields, you start with six shields and then a default 0-3 base, and then when you can challenge their bases, and if you challenge their base and destroy it, then it's gone, and then every challenge at their shield takes a shield out. It doesn't matter how strong your character is as long as it has at least one, right? um and then they flip when you damage a shield, it flips it and goes to the discard unless it has burst. If it has burst, you do what the burst effect is. On most cards, the burst effect is put it into your hand. Um, oh, yeah, some other burst effects are the same card but a little bit worse. Burst is optional. You're almost always bursting it though. Although I didn't know it was optional. I'm sure with a few cards it's probably okay to put it in your hand, because like one of the cards deals 3 damage to a damaged character. Burst, it deals just 2 damage to any character. So I could see being like, "Oh, I need this 1 extra damage on my turn." Um oh no, Ento Sofo. I'm not going to correct them because they're playing for fun, and I'm sure their chat will do it. All right, I'll tell. He did it again. Oh my goodness, I cannot type. Well, this, yeah, the casters go to time. Um, and bases have burst. Every base has burst. Play this base. And when you play a base, you return one of your shields to your hand. But the bases are all like 0-5s or better, basically. Like some are like 0-6 or 0-8, but most are like 0-5s with an ability. Sometimes the abilities only work if you play it on your turn, though, which is good, but others don't. It's kind of fun though to like have a burst flip that takes out another character they're going to attack with. But that's the problem, is it feels like luck. And then that's the worst part. Like, I explained how to play the game to Sky. We played one game, and he was like, "I do not like this game. It is way too luck based." And I'm like, "What? It's just challenge here, here." And he's like, "Yeah, but the prizes alone are lucky, and then you add in the shield or the base aspect. I don't like it." And I'm like, "That's unfortunate," because it was like kind of fun to play. But he is right that like games will be won or lost on whether or not you flip a burst base as your last card sometimes, or be like, I have exactly Lorthal. Oh, they flipped base. I lose. And it's just like, man, that's not fun. Locations. How do you do that? Wait, I thought you said you had to have all three. Oh, so you just hold one. Okay. I like catch up mechanics that can't be twisted to be just like flip flopped. Like, oh, I'm in. I phrased that wrong. But like, I'm in first place. I get a catch up mechanic card, and it puts me farther into first place. Yeah, but like, oh, I'm in first place, and I get triple mushroom. Like, it's gonna put me farther in first place. Where like, I would much prefer first place just get shells to use it, or like bananas, coins, shells. Uh, I mean some mushrooms, but I mean give first place a blue shell. That's funny. No, actually, I'm not. That's the type I like to play games with friends. I definitely like the older I have gotten, the less single player games I play. Silk Song is like things like that occasionally happen. Like I played Silk Song, I played Elden Ring, but when I beat that game, I will not be replaying Silk Song unless I like streaming changes things, which is like nice. Like I'll be like, I kind of want to play this game. I'm never gonna play it, but if I stream myself, I could play it and have an excuse to play it, like trick my brain into it or something. You're so mean. Why are you so mean to your wife? Oh, I was. You didn't play with her. I mean, that's why it's more fun. Interesting. Hmm. So when I was a kid, we had a used game store called Gamers, and they had like when you bought a used game, they had a system that you could return the game, and then every day that you had it after you bought it would be $1 off. So I would buy like 2 or 3 games on Friday. I'd beat them over the weekend, and I'd return them on Monday, and it would be like I rented them for like $4. Um, well, you just play video games nonstop over the weekend. I mean, I'm not always renting JRPGs, right? Like, but I don't replay games very often. So I just buy some single player games, beat them over a week, return them, and then buy another used game. And so I played so many games like that back in the day. Ugh. It just wasn't long enough for you. What's the name of that game again? I've definitely heard of that game. I've I definitely read about that game. Like I did not like that first game you talked about. Um, that you're like the sequel's coming up. I can't even remember. Yeah, Octopath Terrible Combat Simulator. Dude, so the thing I didn't like about it was the fact that you had to basically play the battles a certain way at a certain like it's like, oh, this character has so much health and does this that if you try to do all pure damage, you're going to get got. No, you have to stun it with its weakness. So you have to do this, you have to do this. There's no like fun to it. It was just so formulaic. Well, I can't speak. The formula was just like over and over, and the story was not engaging enough for me to put up with the combat. That was a really that was an early chapter. Yeah, it was that was good. Which I was just like, this game's gonna be hot, and then the rest of the game just sucked. Flopping likes Tales of Final Fantasy and the Shin Megami Sensei. I have not played the Megami one. I'm pretty sure I played some Tales way back in the day. If that was on PlayStation 1, I think I played it. I could be thinking of something else. However, the rest of the game's going, basically that. We've seen more. We've seen Wep twice, so we got to watch some Amber Steel do stuff. FFT, FFT, baby. Did you play the Game Boy Final Fantasy like kind of action RPG type game they had? It's like a Zelda style like top down action game. Not near as good as regular tactics at all. I hated how you had to use a weapon to gain the abilities. Once again, I do not like games that force me to play a certain way for long periods of time. If you're going to give me choices, let me do the choices. Yeah, why even don't even let me fight the boss. Make the door unlock to the item and then make me find the item that way. Don't let me fight the boss and have zero ways to beat it. I actually haven't played that game. I'm going to just trust that you're right and you can't beat it cuz like if the boss was really hard and if you were like 10 levels higher, you could still beat it. I would maybe be fine with it. Well, before they finish this game, I'll show one more card I wanted to show off. That Yeah, like I said before we start the match, I wanted to show this. I wonder if the flavor text will get me got though. You don't think domain expansion is copyrighted, right? You don't know it. I don't even watch the show and I know what it is, bruh. The finger eating show. Kaizen, Jojo Kaizen or something. Yeah, Jujutsu Kaisen, Bizarre Kaizen. Yeah, I didn't like it. Did not care for it. Are we in the top 8? I feel like we're in the top 8. If we're looking at deck lists, unless we've just somehow missed this aspect and then they've all been open deck lists the whole day, but this could be top 8 if we're looking at deck lists. So 6 rounds would be it, because I think WEP finished at 4-2. Not gonna lie, when I play a game with a group, I usually get yelled at for trying to think outside the box. Yeah, D's. That's really frustrating, especially when you think outside the box and you're like, "Oh, we could do this with some practice. It'll work." And the people are like, "No, I don't want to devote time to learning a new way. Let's just do it the way they want us to do it." It's like, ugh. I beat all the main FF, especially 2. The battle system was bleh. Oh, except FF2. I'm assuming you're talking about the Final Fantasy Tactics Advanced battle system was the worst, but I love regular Final Fantasy Tactics. I loved that game. Maybe I loved it because of nostalgia. Like I first played it in high school and really enjoyed it, and it was like a big time sink, so it was just pleasurable to do that. When I've gone back and played it again as an adult on my phone and stuff, I try to do it as like a football manager game, because you can set the AI to play for you really basic commands like be a healer, defend, attack. And you can even either target it that you tell them who you want them to go attack and stuff. I normally just set it to like I'll set the like a couple tanks to defend the healer, and I'll set the healer to protect everyone, or I'll set every character to protect the healer and then put the healer to defense and then just let them play a defensive game. And it's like I'm the coach who's like I'm a noble who's like hiding in a carriage and they're protecting me using like the basic like things I told them to do. And that's kind of fun. Um it's faster anyways. It lets me do it and then just watch it on my phone instead of having to update things constantly. But I am hoping they come out with some other stuff soon. They are remaking the game on Steam. I will be getting that. Maybe I can play that on stream. I think that'll be a. I think one of my issues with playing some games on stream is I don't get to interact with stream as much because I have to like lock in on the game. Like Silk Knight, I have to lock in. Like I can't be looking at chat constantly and fighting a boss, right? Like I have to like wait for a down moment to look at chat or something, or I die, right? But in tactics games and RPGs, I can interact with chat. I can talk and help chat, or chat can help me make decisions or something, right? It'll be like, well, should we do this or that? I mean, I can name characters after chat and have them autoplay. It should be fun. I am looking forward to it, and I really hope they have a multiplayer thing. That's the other big thing is like I think Final Fantasy Tactics could have a very healthy multiplayer. We and they have that AI battle on Twitch that we raid sometimes, right? Where they just have AI, two AIs fighting, and you can bet money on who will win. Like something, I think that alone shows that it could be a fun multiplayer format. Like if anyone who played Pokemon Showdown, there's a mode there that they give you 5 random Pokemon and you just play. It's like a weird arcade mode, and I think that's a blast. So something like that could be in most games. Like that's one of my favorite ways to play Lorcana is we call it jank or stack, where you go through your Lorcana cards and you take one of every of your favorite cards, and you'll until you have 100 cards, and then you just shuffle it up and you play off the same stack, normal Lorcana rules, with a friend, and you'll just come across such crazy interactions, cards that are normally not good because like the format, are good. Like any card that you look at and you're like, oh, this could be good, put it in there. It'll be fun. You get to see how cards interact, and it'll make you a better player because you're constantly seeing interactions that you're not seeing, right? Like you're going to learn these interactions that then could help you understand the fundamentals of the game. For later on, knowing these interactions could help you see other synergies in like ways on other cards. Like the reason I went all in on Doc is I played the Legends of Runeterra game, and there was a character in that game that was a 6 cost 3/3. When it comes into play, discard your hand, deal 3 damage to target character, and you draw 3 cards. Obviously, better than Doc. But a little bit. Obviously, better than Doc. But it showed me the power of a card that you discard your hand and you draw cards. You could actually argue that Doc's better because in an aggro deck, it's hard to get to 6 and play it in Lorcana. And in Lorcana, Doc is probably way better than this card. But you could see like Sapphire decks playing that card as a ramp out, empty your hand, play that. It's way better there if you're ramping. Because a Doc in a ramp deck, it's like, oh, I ramped and I played a 2 cost card that does nothing unless I draw another card that does something. And that's the kind of things you see here. We're starting off with a Daisy on the play into... Well, yeah, this is not looking good for Concetta. Yeah, Ricardo Di Giacomo is he's firing off. He's like, I got this epic Aurora. I didn't even need to play her on turn 1. I'm going to use her next turn to play my Tiana and play another 1-drop Daisy because I got all of them. Actually, we just have another Tiana. We got a Penny, a Lady, and an Aurora. So we're going to ink what we draw, use the Lady and the Penny. Oh, well, we're not going to... Woo! Oh, you poor Basily boy. Poor Basil. Is that a Dock in hand? I thought it was something else. So are we inking Lady, playing Penny, and then we're firing the cannon Basil, leaving Dock as our last card? I think I saw the Dock and thought it was another Aurora somehow. They've got X Ink. I think it matters not what you target. I literally think this person used some shape-shifting magic and transformed a Aurora from their hand into a Dock. The deck list for the event, I do not have yet. If you want to look at my deck list, you can do !decks of a variety, but you probably want the list from this event, and those aren't up yet. As soon as I get them, I will link them in a chat. They were telling me that today they're going to have a bunch of cool things from yesterday's event, like percentages and stuff like that. Oh, I see someone finally woke up. I'll be right back. Yeah, I, yeah, I don't want that genie. I do not want the genie. Oh, her cards are definitely not all the same direction. Which is funny because she checked it and tried to fix it, but there was still just a. It was probably her ink or something from the other game got put in the wrong way. Is the moment I notice it, I fix it. I'm just like when I yeah. That's the tism thing for me though. It was not a full game. It was basically over when I left. Yeah, I've got two of them waiting for my other two in the mail. Oh, is it on all of them? Like how often? Is there just like was there just sheets of foils that had the wrong foil print put on it? So they're just what extra foily? I mean, well, what is the epic foiling? How is it different? It just brighter? Yeah, but that could just be the light. So it's rainbow instead of cold foil. Well, it's not even cold foil anymore, right? Or is it still cold foiling, but it's full card foiling, such as the art? Zelda says our case had 31 rainbow foil commons. They are awesome. So, do you think that's the artist's signature on those daisies? Or on the daisy? I know it's on all of them they have. Dude, I wonder if it's worth just buying every cheap Fable foil. Because they're probably like dirt cheap, right? But like, is this like our summer magic? Like, in 10 years, are rainbow foil cards from Fabled going to be worth like hundreds of dollars? That's what I'm saying. Well, yeah, no, I'm saying so. Are they so cheap that it's worth buying all the cheap foils to see if they send you a rainbow foil? And like, the foil reprint Fable cards have to only be like quarters. It is a gamble. He's yeah, he's doing Amber Steel things for sure. It's like, oh, good thing you gave me an ink off of these cards. See, Concetta has the look on her face. I'm gonna read a tweet that someone posted here. Uh, a friend of ours posted. A mutual acquaintance, you might say. Uh, no, 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 no. It is a Miss Sweet. Miss Allie Sweet had a tweet that I do not agree with. I'll tell you right now, I do not share her sentiment on this tweet. Uh, but her tweet is, I never thought I'd say this, but I'd rather play against Red Blue Sisu than Amber Steel aggro. No. I feel like Amber Steel aggro can stumble way easier than Red Blue Sisu did. And so that alone makes me want to rather play it. All right, let's see the comments on it have been agree. Giving 8 2-drop that quest for 3 lore to the deck is horrible, even for me playing against Amber Steel. They're obviously talking about Infinity here. I mean, I would like to play a whole new world in Ariel again, but the aggro version just fits Infinity meta so optimally. Um, I don't know, man. Ariel's insane right now. Aurora letting you play Ariel on turn 2 is pretty hot. I'm pretty sure Wochuk was doing that in his deck, right? Um, what's really crazy to me is how dang good Fire the Cannons is right now. Everywhere. Like I played 3 of them in Blue Steel. But honestly that could be a reason I did so well is that Sky's Chicha list was just like perfectly meted. He got like a loss in round 1 or 2 that was just really unfortunate. Luck wise, supposedly. I didn't watch his whole game, right? I can't be like, no, he made mistakes, but like from what he explained how he lost, it was like, yeah, that's unfortunate. That's not good for you. Um, but the for me, the deck just performed so well. Like he lost to Amber Steel aggro, where I felt I was just like, it's a buy. It felt so dang good. I was like, nice piglet, fire the cannons. Who cares? Like, I played Jim on turn 2. Nice Daisy. I'll ink. I'll ink again. I'll play another card, and then I'll take out your Daisy. Right? Like, uh, and you have strengths. You have Bell. You have like Bell Popsicle. You have so many opens to counter them. Sure, if they get the nut and you stumble a whole bunch, you can lose. That's a good thing. I feel like it's good that there's not a deck that can stumble a bunch and still just dominate. Right? If that's only something I like to see happen in like mid-range mirrors where it's like, okay, the deck can't win fast enough to punish me for the stumble, but the aggro deck needs something. But it can't feel good for her, right? Like, okay, so it was a cut to top 16. Okay. Someone commented on Allie's thing, "Did you bump your head again?" And that's actually stupid hilarious. Because for those who don't know, she accidentally fell down at one of the content creator event things and like might have even got a concussion, which is scary and not funny. But the reference to that I think is kind of funny. And she responded to that saying, Adam was saying yesterday he thinks I've been replaced by an alien as I didn't buy anything in Pop Mart, so maybe I have been. I mean, it's got to be Blurp. He's been no lifing Blurple for a while. So when Fumble says something in chat, you should pay attention. He's normally right, it seems like. To be fair, and obviously no shade on Sailor. Sailor's initial list of Amber Steel was geared for a meta that did not exist. No, no. It was geared to stop Lewis. Because at the beginning of the meta, Lewis was the hype. Everyone's like, oh man, Lewis is so dang good. And we talked about LD's deck list as well, right? He went back to Lewis, and the reason for this is because the meta didn't have Lewis, so people stopped playing Hook One and didn't play Be Our Guest. Like the initial versions of Amber Steel had Hook One, they had Be Our Guest as ways to be like, oh, your Lewis isn't taking out my 2-drop. I'm gonna sing Be Our Guest, so then you don't get the free. Like, sure, your Lewis then gets to challenge, but yeah, and like Lewis on your Tiana is not nice, right? Well, if Tiana sings "Be Our Guest," get got, Lewis. I don't care about you anymore. But now all the Amber Steel lists, they're only playing Storm or Sword Strength. Some are playing, yeah, eventually. Kurt was playing the Can't Challenge song as like 2 or 3 of. So that's a consideration. But I think Sky's newest list is better than playing that. I think if you're playing the Auroras, you just don't have the room for playing more than 4 strength, especially if you're running the 2 to 3 cannons. And yeah, and so like Sailor's list wasn't playing cannons because it wasn't good against the projected Emerald dominance. But when everyone played Blurple, Amber Steel was still considered better than it, right? Well, enough people knew that, so they're like, well, I'm going to build Blurple in a manner to not auto lose. I'm going to play Elephant. I'm going to play 8 1s. And when you have the like that was the truth, right? When people were like, "Oh, I started playing Elephant. Holy crap, it crushes Amber Steel." This is a weird scenario because Elephant does not crush Amber Steel in the way that people thought it did. When people play into Elephant, it messes up Amber Steel something fierce. But once you can do that, like how many times are you going to wreck me with Elephant and I'm on Amber Steel before I start changing my play patterns to not let you put damage on your Elephant? Like I'm going to force you to have an Elsa and use Elsa Elephant because that hurts you. Like if you have to use Elsa to exert my character to sing Into the Unknown, that is way better for me than just you singing Into the Unknown and playing Elsa and like challenging a character, right? I'm not letting you get the extra value. And when you have the good players who understand that and who are taking the time or just like doing steal things and not questing, being like, I'm going to build a big board and quest twice to win. When you have cards like Tiana, it's good. Sometimes you're like, oh, I'm going to get that second Tiana. When I was playing Purple Steel versus Sky, over and over again, I'm just sitting there thinking, if he turns his stuff sideways, I win this game. And like, he almost never did. Once or twice he did like once early, and you can just use whatever explicative you want for that right there. I messed him up, like, and then he was just like, oh man, I guess I don't do this. And then so like the next time he was about to do it, we were like, well, what happens if we quest here? And I was like, well, you gain this, but if I have Jafar, if I have Skater Mim, or if I have strength, I do this, and I then that causes this, and this, and this, and this leaves you with one questing character at 12 lore, and you lose the game. Whereas if he doesn't quest, he draws, say, a second Tiana, or he draws a strength, or he draws a Pete, or he draws a Pluto, to give me 2 threats I have to answer in one turn instead of a threat I have to answer followed by the next turn a threat I have to answer by then the next turn a threat I have to answer, which is way easier to answer when you're answering with like Jafar's because I don't have to play 6 ink to answer it, right? I can just pay 3 and then continue to do other things, and then they have less priority. It's a basic thing in Lorcana, honestly, that a lot of players don't understand. If you have a 3/3 and I have a 1/3 quest for 2, and I played another 1/3 quest for 2, I should not quest there. Like, right? I quest for 2, you challenge. The next turn, I quest for 2, you challenge. I gained 4 lore and I'm done. If I don't quest, then the next turn I quest with both. You challenge, and then the next turn you get a challenge again, but it gives me another turn to then draw an answer or develop another character. It basically is, if I don't expect you to be playing characters each turn. Obviously, if you're on like a 56, a 60 character deck, this strategy does not necessarily work as well all the time. Lady changes the math. If I'm playing a bunch of one drops, right? So if you go like one drop, two drop, three drop, four drop, I go one drop, one drop, one drop, one drop, two drop, two drop, two drop, and I waited to quest and then I start questing, you can't answer them all in one turn necessarily. That I could get more than one quest with things that I might not have been able to otherwise. It like if each of my characters is only guaranteed one quest and you challenge it, and I can wait, build up a board, quest, and then one of those characters gets to quest twice, that was a better play because I gain net more lore. And that scenario happens a lot and people do it poorly. And I don't know, maybe I just gave some free coaching advice. I should be writing these down for when I coach people in the future. Yeah. But able to bust it out in 10. This is well, it depends on what you want to learn. There's various things to be learned. Basically, he they need to recharge their camera. He's played enough games with Amber Steel that the regular play patterns don't matter. Like the think on your foot play patterns that you learn through playing the games over and over don't matter, but the very specific best play patterns you could have that you're not always going to have, but you want to know what you need to be going for, like you create those and see what happens so he knows. So instead of only seeing that interaction 3 or 4 times, he's guaranteed to see it like 10 in a row. This is something that Zan did. Zan even talked about it on one of his podcasts, I think, where you play God Hands, where it's like you pick 7 cards, I pick 7 cards, we shuffle our deck, and then we play off the top. Like we keep our God Hands, and basically to see if I keep the best possible hand I can have and you keep the best possible hand you can have, who wins the game? Does my God open win the game immediately? Like, can I go Daisy, Nala, Tiana, da 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 da? Does it win? Or do I need to have like, or can you deal with the Aurora turn 2 Tiana, turn 3 Tiana, turn 4 this? Or like singing Strength on the Tiana on turn 2 is obviously dirty. You can go Aurora, play Tiana. Your opponent goes Aurora, play Tiana. Then your next turn, you can go Lady character, sing Strength on your opposing Tiana, and you probably win the game on the spot, right? Those are the scenarios that it's like, oh, we each have a God hand, but the person on the play is going to win. And those are the frustrating things, because then people are like, oh, play draw dependency. Well, yes, in the scenario where both players are playing perfect, both players have the exact same perfect hand, right? Those two first check marks, those do not happen all the time. Like, just statistically, people are not always going to be on the same skill level. So one player is normally going to be better. Most decks are a high enough skill level that the average player is not going to have the perfect mulliganing thing. That's the other thing, is like the mulligan skill check is insane. Che la prima protagonist Disney Diverente Princess Senza Sparai un real. Which princess was real? Mulan? If that's what the question was. Also, Lilo's not a princess, so maybe which one was not a princess? That would Well, that would be Lilo in the game. Yeah, I don't know. Purple needs a Cricky. Purple has a lot of Crickies. Kind of. I mean, Lilo is Cricky, right? Lilo is like an alternate version of Cricky. I mean, there's Forest Duel. No. Super sealed or super draft? So I feel that. All right. So it could be because I tested with a world's qualified player and I expected to play against other world's quality players. Forest Duel would never work for me in our testing. Like the scenarios when it could, like when I first read Forest Duel, I've played it in multiple pre-releases as well, and it has been so mid overall. Rarely do people play into it, and then sometimes. So I talked to Kurt about it. Kurt also liked it, and the way he used it was different than I think most people look at it and use it. He used it as like, I'm gonna trade with these characters and then get ink for my big bomb, and that's okay. That's not bad. But even then, like, I just couldn't find setups to use it. Like, players are trading enough that I didn't have little characters that I could use to take things down because I was already trading profitably or was so far away it did nothing. Try to do that. Well, isn't that anti Nambo because the Force Duel already returns it to your hand? The Camelio. Those cards, humorously, I also was down on those cards. The Madrigal was very powerful. They were both very good, but at the same time, not like the format was definitely an evasive format, and they did nothing there. Oh, that card's insane. That card's insane. Longboat. Longboat. Yeah, I mean, Longbow is very good. But did you not play item removal? We valued. I would play two main deck. All like I would. Oh wow, that's so rewarding. You get to play the bad one drop, but still have the payoff. Like the Clarabelle is probably the worst anti-item card that I would consider playing. I like to play the 3 cost banish an item draw card. I like to play like Wildcat. I feel like there was another character that banished an item that was playable as well. Because the items in Super Sealed were so bad. Like there's like 3 evasives. This is today's meta share. Yep. Yeah, people wanted to Amber Steel it up. Got the one flingers, Emerald Steel. I wonder if this is like actually LD playing somehow or someone just using LD's deck. Well, I think the events there were 64 events across Italy that you could do it for, but maybe you had to be an Italian national to play. I could see that being a rule. I mean, since it is the Italian National Cup, if you're not a citizen, you don't get to play. If not, maybe we should show up for the next one. Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you're my friend, you might accidentally, and you play Steam, it might pop up on my stream. Oh man, yeah, I'm gonna have to hide you because I know the games you play. So 30%, a little under 30% of, well, yeah, around 30, because it's not 33%. So around 30% of the format is Blurple, and then in the other event, it was around the same. So like the Sapphire Amethyst numbers seem about right. I'm just doing quick math in my head. Not terrible. So, not yet. Yeah, maybe they should. They might have shown it earlier in the day before I was streaming. No Amber Steel made it in, huh? Just got back from China, I assume. Is that the best EU or NA players? And that was who I was talking about earlier. He was play tested with us for Worlds. Haha. I said some stupid stuff, and I'm like, maybe I should think more before I speak. And then I look and I'm muted, and I'm like, yeah. Yeah, that was what I was talking about. I was like, oh, like the lore isn't there. I had like said something. I was like, oh, maybe I should look first. Stomped by Amber Steel. Oh, it's Infinity? We're playing Infinity? I think we're just playing for fun. This has to be playing for fun. Maybe the event was literally like Swiss core, top 16 core, top 8 Infinity. Move it to the right, please. Move it to the right just a little bit. Come on. Yeah. You can tell who has the tism and who doesn't sometimes, or at least has a different flavor. Zelda would love to see a viable Amethyst Emerald deck. That's fair. Why'd you get rid of it? Well, you left the projector at the house? They're just like, can we have your TV? We bought your house for above market price. Give us the projector. What? The difference? But did so they covered 30K, or were they like, "Oh, okay." I was like, were they like, "Nah, you paid less than this, you made profit, so we don't care." I mean, it kind of makes sense. Like, I mean, how much is your projector? It's an expensive projector. I know they get way more than that. I mean, when you're gaining insane amounts of lore, having a little bit of reach is nice. This Pete probably seals the deal, maybe. If he had if he had another piglet to play, this Pete would be good. But his hand looks like it's not. I mean, we still go to 13 if we want. Is it officially released, or is it only spoiler leaks? If it's only spoiler leaks, we're not going to talk about it. I think it's only spoiler leaks. Booster packs, right? I am. I can't wait for the next set. This meta is boring. Mostly because it's just a bunch of old cards with very few new ones. I want to see new cards. Like rotation is nice with new sets. I'm not very happy that rotation happened with a reprint set. I would have much preferred rotation to happen, give us a full new set, than a reprint set, or like a full set, then reprint. Because like I want new cards to play with while playing with half of the old cards, and then you no, that's such a pain to upkeep. For if it was digital only. He really needs. I mean, he literally could just play two blues in a row because he goes up to 16. Although the bad thing is, it looks like he drew a strength. His other card is a Rapunzel, and as we see, there is a removal and an Elsa. So really needs to see blue. Yeah, that stops the lever. You have to quest with this penny, though. And I really wish we could have played another character to take advantage of that Pete. But we do get to draw a card off this Pete if we want. Where the Cindy that we should have had last turn. We could be at 18 if we had that Cindy last turn. Yeah. But now it's like I think we have to take out the that and play Rapunzel. We don't want to have to ink this turn, but we kind of have to. Pluto would have been good if Wrong Lever wasn't around. It wouldn't be 2 years before rotation if they're rotating every year, though, right? But maybe. I don't know. Well, I guess it depends if Fable rotates. If Fable rotates with rotation, then it would be a year. If Fable doesn't rotate, then yeah, that it would be a 2 year thing. Now we're throwing the characters into the lore. Jeez. Bro has infinite cards here. Has to be Doc. Maybe. I don't think so. Maybe. Like, if he doesn't Bruno, and so he could have quested right there up to 17. And then maybe it probably doesn't matter at that point, which we do, because we're going to 18 with so many characters that need answered. If it was 2 turns before that, like, then we do it for sure, because then, like, the burst to lore is so much. Yeah, if this was like we were supposed to be actually casting this, I think it would say top 8 infinity instead of just infinity. I mean, we watched like a blowout match, right? Like, but they're being asked to not start. So that's curious. Yeah, it was okay. Wait a second. It's Sunday today, right? So this have we been what were we watching before? So I'm looking this event up, and the format for the event is supposedly Infinity Constructed. But we definitely watched Core Constructed. Maybe it was like 5 round. Exactly. Bro, what if they did like 2 rounds of Infinity? We came in at players being 2-1. What if they did like is said top 16 core? Yeah, this could be top 8. It could have been like 2 rounds of Infinity, followed by 5 rounds of core, and then 3 rounds of Infinity. That would be 5 and 5. Like this is probably the top 8, and we just didn't realize it. First 2 rounds, we started in on a game that was quad Daisy, followed by Lady Piglet. How do we have 4 ink? Did we do Daisy, Daisy, Daisy? Like, did we not go Daisy, 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 and then turn 3? Oh, turn 3 we played Storm. So we went Daisy, 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 Storm, Daisy. Wow. Wow. How do you come back from that? That is an open. We got JDZ Quest in the house. Did we? JDZ, JD, I lost with Triple Daisy on the draw again in core, I went Daisy, Daisy, Lady Nala, and I lost. I got to 16 lore. They went turn 4 John Silver, turn 5 John Silver, turn 6 Under the Sea, turn 7 Basil, turn 8 Hades, and on turn they went Bobby, Tipo. Next turn, sing Heffalumps on one of my daisies, then play Pleakley on the Tipo. I've told these stories so many times. I'm sure the viewers hate it. But so my opponent sits down and is visibly upset they're playing against me because they recognize me. But they're like, don't worry, I'm on some spice. Visibly upset's wrong. You could tell they're just like, of course. Like, this is something I see a lot, and I just get used to it now. If you're a known player, people don't like to play you. It just is that way. But he's just like, oh, I'm playing some spice. And then he opens up Rhino into Troubadour, and I opened up like Rhino or Mulan into Troubadour, so it's just like funny, right? And then on turn 3, he plays Mulan. He draws and he discards a Tinkerbell. I'm like, all right, like that's probably pretty good in the mirror. That's some spice. And then he shifts Rhino. And then sings Beyond the Horizon on the play on turn 3. I have to discard like 4 or 5 cards, and I draw Penny Penny Hook. And I'm like, oh, I just lost the game right here. Like, okay. So I'm assuming this is game 3 that we're watching here, and we're not playing for fun. I think so. He just concedes. He's just like, yeah, I'm dead. Like, I know you have strength on your stuff. That's crazy that they're done that quickly. So, my opponent Beyond the Horizons me on turn 3. I'm like, okay, whatever. I draw like another not great card. I think I end up playing like Penny and a Hook, or Penny and a 1-drop I draw. I pass the turn. I drew a Mulan. I play Mulan, I draw, I loot, then I play Penny, and I Penny itself, which I'm like, they don't have enough ink to play Tinkerbell. They're going into 4 ink, so I guess I'll try to play around like a Storm on my Penny. I guess it's core, so I was playing around like maybe a Cannons or a Strength because they had 2 characters. I was like, maybe, all right. They ready. I guess they had 3 characters. I don't know. I should have targeted my Mulan. 1 toilet and the game's over. Yeah, hyper aggro and Infinity. They sing Circle of Life, returning Tinkerbell, taking out my Mulan I just played, and just like dominating my board basically. I'm just like, oh, like I discard my hand and then they reanimate a Tinkerbell. And then, like, a turn or 2 later, they start hard casting Surfer Stitches to draw cards and just make a gigantic character that I have no way to answer, and just like slowly lose. And then in game 2, like, similar things happened where they just had like trades into Circle of Life on a character that's too big, and I just didn't have anything. I didn't have like a good aggressive open. Like, I didn't have like Daisy and Denala or anything like that. It's just very disheartening. Then someone playing the exact same 60 as me 2-0'd him the next round. But he knew what he was on, not because of me, but because he knew him. It was Steven from Team Ink Inc. we were both playing. We were both playing Sky's deck list. Yeah. All your feature players ended up not doing fantastic in the end. Cursed. No. No, I don't. I don't do that. It's a little slow play. I mean, you could keep playing while you sang. He's like, I'm not even going to draw the card until I finish the tune. So that was two. That was a top 16 match where Amber Steel got slaughtered. Slaughtered? Yeah, slaughtered Blurple. Slaughtered Blurple. Is it Quiplash time? Alright, we could probably play a game of Quiplash. I just have to make sure I don't full screen it this time so we can see if the match starts behind it. Oh, yesterday? Yeah. Nope, that's I tried opening the wrong game. It tried to install the like mega, like if I owned a bunch of Jackbox games, it tried to install some fancy way to open them, and it's just like no, 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 no. Here, I'll give you better graphics then. So, what's the website we go to? So, if you want to play, go here, and in a moment, there's going to be a code on the screen that you enter. So this is an entertaining way that we can wait for the round to start up there. When it changes to gameplay mode, we'll swap back. Hopefully JDZ jumps in again. We'll try to do Lorcana themed answers. Tend to work the worst. I need rated R Quiplash. My mind locks on the worst thing to say. Yeah, definitely. Like we're gonna have to play some like internal Quiplash at some time. Not live on stream Quiplash. You know what I mean? Yeah, maybe play some Quiplash on Lad, right? Alright, I'm gonna wait for more people to join if people want to. I'm gonna use the bathroom and whatnot, so I'm gonna get an ad out of the way. Be right back. Well, you can type the code in chat. I like how you're like there's an ad playing so they can't see it, and then you start talking to them as if they can hear you. Tag them in something. All right, chat. How long should I leave this Red Bull in the freezer to get cold without it exploding? Wait, you're telling me after 11 minutes it freezes? That ice is not made in 11 minutes, friend. But you don't. You must not like cold soda, though. That seems too warm. How long to leave Red Bull? Give me a sponsorship in freezer. No more than 30 to 60 minutes. I'm just going to start it up. They can watch around, then decide whether or not they want. Yellow. I drink pineapple Red Bull. Is the flavor I prefer.
And we're a go for Quiplash 3.
Did they used to give them to free?
Failure. My name is Schmitty, and I'll be taking real good care of you. Didn't make it in the game and want to be heard? Put in that room code and vote.
So she had an excuse to get them as well for cheap.
Ready for round one?
That's cute.
You'll get
I like
two
it.
prompts on your device to answer any way you please. You'll go head-to-head with another player's response, and everyone else votes on their
You can
favorites.
join the audience
Sound
and
easy?
vote.
That's
You
'cause
don't
it
even have
is.
to play the game if you
Points
don't
are
want.
scored based on the percentage of people who choose your response. Let's quit.
Let's quit. Get your quippers out. Perfect time. Wait, top 8. Didn't we just do the top 8? Was that just an Affinity side quest? Maybe.
No turning back now. How about we start with relationship rules? Never go to bed angry and never wake up blank. Okay, shower someone with points.
Had to mute the Jackbox game. Its sound effects were very bad. Do you think people are still there to choose? Sail into Basil. Oh, people didn't like my fat ass answer for the new size. I don't like Happy very much. But right? Quiplash. Eye of the Tiger or Epstein life-size cuddle buddy? Genie on turn 3? Not terrible. Why would you say that? Because I misspelled it? They were pretty dark. Alice, we are on. Oh. I did the other one. Well, I feel like that other game tricked us. We're gonna end this game after this round because I feel like we lost some of the people who are playing it as well. Like we want to watch the game. I'm just closing it. Oh no. But he's supposed to be able to win at least one of those games on the draw. Oh, Braden, thanks for the Prime
Braden
sub.
MKG
He's
with a
like, you're
Prime
not playing
sub.
the stupid game. I'll sub now. They surprised us with a random game of Infinity, which then made me look up the league, and the league says that the format is Infinity constructed today, Sunday, the 21st September 2025, day 2 today. So I was like, okay, maybe it's both, because we started watching the event in round 3 because I slept in. I went to bed at what 6ish p.m. I slept until 10ish, 10:30ish. Got up for an hour or so, went back to bed. You're only here for the quiplash? Oh no. You saw Scar. We need swords. Like, if this deck had swords, it would be so much better. There's just not like the catch up mechanic because we draw so many cards off this Scar. Like, we used Alice as a way to protect the Scar because we quest with it, give it ward, so then he can't have another Elsa or Hades to answer it. Um, is Scar not an ally though, right? Yeah. So what? We're gonna. It's not two cards, friend. Yeah, it's Luton. Wait, does all of his characters get? Why was I thinking the support from Alice was only allies? No, he draws a bunch. He draws seven. Draw seven, discard seven. But the problem is like, well, Giovanni only has 5 lore in play, and his but Scar is a 5/4, right? So look at it like this: Scar is like Clarabelle, but you can counter Clarabelle by emptying your hand, and that does not work for Scar. Now, the difference is that Emerald gets under the sea, whereas the Scar deck doesn't. Where it's like, how do you come back? Like MSAP could just literally hardcast Under the Sea for a 2-for-1 here, even though like still leaving them with 4 lore in play. Like he has all the cards, he just can't catch up. He really needs a Tinkerbell on this turn, and he needs Giovanni not to answer it. So then that shuts down the lore gain down to just 2. But even then, he can go up to 17. But yeah, that's we have to hit Genie, right? If we have a 1-drop, that's fair. We should have played that first. Sorry, Gontu. I don't think this is your game, but maybe it is. Um, I I thought it was just we like Gontu. He likes Gontu too. He's like, nope, I'm keeping it in my hand. I might not win this game, but I'm gonna have Gontu in hand. Close to heart. All right, I'm taking the Basil quest here. There's no way I'm not taking the Basil quest here. Because like you don't take the quest, then your opponent is like, oh well, I send my Mulan into your Scrooge and then play Vincenzo, and then you feel really foolish that you left that 1 lore in play. So this like cards like Hades and Vincenzo are very powerful when your opponent is not wide. No. No. Hades is not an ally. He does have a Lilo, and that does it on its own. Oh no, Tipo! Tipo for Lorthel! There's the Tinkerbell like 10 turns late. Does he have Vincenzo in hand? I mean, he has to have something if he's still... He does! He has a Vincenzo! The problem is he doesn't have an alien. If he had an alien, the game is like over. Maybe. Oh, so this is looking good. Oh, for sure. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the fact that all he did last turn was Tipo, no effect. He does have a card over there, right? Wow. It was Into the Unknown. That's the only thing it could have been, basically. Is he just not going to play the monkey? All right, so if his theory is what if he's got double Vincenzo? I'm going to wait a turn. So if I draw another character, he can't answer both. That's not the case. Well, but he only has a strength. Oh! It turns slow. But it is lore. Quest for 5, up to 10. He's one lore short from winning the game. Wait. 3, 6. No, that is Lorthel. Exactly Lorthel. And it wouldn't even have mattered if he did it because he could have just hardcast strength. He had 3 open ink. Woo! I can't... Like, the only reason he came back was Giovanni flooded on removal. Right? He drew that ink. He drew a Tipo and Into the Unknown. Where if Tipo was, like, a Hades, he wins there. If Tipo was just anything with a big butt. Okay. That's crazy. The coffee shakes, I wish I could still get that. Blue Steel doing Blue Steel things. Drew a bunch of cards. I mean, it was 10 cards to none, right? Giovanni only had 5 lore in play. So, without continuing to add too much more, we thought it might have been. Can we say Blue Steel is tier 1? No. 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 Can it win games? Yeah. Yeah. It can definitely be geared to beat Blurple, I think. Does it beat Blurple hard enough to make it worth it? If you could say Blue Steel never loses to Blurple, I think you could argue that Blue Steel is a tier 1 deck. Because Blurple is so highly played. It's the meta, right? But if it's 45% into Blurple on equal play level, or even just 50-50. If you're 50-50 Blurple and losing to either Amber Steel or Green Blue, then it's not a tier 1 deck. Like, you can't lose hard to one of the decks and go 50-50 to the other two. That's not a good enough deck. The only way I would play a deck that does that is if I've played the deck so much that I know, for me personally, I'm like 60-40 on two of them, and then I am 40% into the third. I would play that matchup because I think I played the deck enough. But then at the same time, I just have to hope not to hit the bad matchup in the top 64 and hope to get lucky, because then I have to assume my opponents have played their decks enough that I can't just claim out skill for day two. I think it's a little ambitious to think you can just outskill your opponents in day two. Will it happen? Yes. There's 64 people. They're not going to be 64 other like amazing best players in the world. You're going to have people who drew well. You're going to have people who just metaed luckily, and people who metaed well, but like they're like, one of my skills is meta reading. I think I'm good at picking decks for the meta. I think I showed that in season 1 by like consistently making day 2 with decks that like I felt were picked for that event. More so than like, sure, I'm good at the game as well, but like I think the meta choice like was allowed me to maybe play not an optimal version of the deck, but the deck still lined up properly, if that makes sense. And that's one way to do well in the event, for sure. I think Zan was talking about you play the deck to make day 2. I would play a deck that I think wins the whole tournament, and that does change what you pick as meta. Where Zan was saying he would pick a deck to guarantee he makes day 2, and then just hope you can outskill your way to win the finals. And I mean, it worked for him. I guess. I also feel the event he won, that deck was the best deck in the format for day 1 and 2. Alice Ward is not good against Amber Steel, but against Blurple and Scar, it's not bad. Yeah. It's not good against Amber Steel because you are the defensive player. Starting off with some ramp into not much. I almost think for Jacopo, I was like, I think I'm trading into this Basil. Well, he doesn't agree. He didn't agree. I hope he plays Elephant. Please quest and play Elephant. Please punish him. Nope, we just have a better genie. Still taking that quest. So we're on Aurora and Alice. Well, the dock. Or happy, I mean. Yeah. Maybe he's just like, I'm going to draw cards with it later. I want to guarantee I have a way to take out a genie. So this way, Elsa. All right. So if Elsa takes out Genie, if he plays Elsa, exerts their Genie, and double challenges it, then Happy can take out the opposing Genie. So it could literally just be for this play line, and it's a line where it's better. And so if that's the case, both of these players have probably played the matchup enough to know that. So maybe Giovanni is like, I want to get this out so I know I can Elsa Genie and not have the crackback. And as chat said, like Blader's like, or never gonna stop is like Lilo's in the deck as well. Strengths, Lilo's. There's multiple reasons why they could be considering it. We're looking at his hand, we don't see those cards, and we're instantly like, why didn't they do this? But they played the matchup enough that they know that even if they don't have it right away, they need to play to their outs, and the out is possibly drawing those cards. So, like, knee jerk reaction is like, holy crap, why aren't you taking that? And that's like a trap, right? Like, if Giovanni knows it's a good trade for him, he does that, right? And so maybe Jacopo doesn't know why he shouldn't, but is like, this is so suspicious that I'm not going to do it. And boom, we just used that little one drop to take out a genie, and he had the smash. He had the smash already. The smash, or yeah, it's an okay Dumbo answer. If Dumbo crushes you, but humorously, this Basil is a threat to the genie because you want the genie to hit the man. Inking Tinkerbell feels bad on turn 5. He's like, no, friend, that answers it. All right, here's your question. Oh, never mind. I was about to be like, don't you draw cards here? I keep forgetting that Scar has to be exerted. Yeah, I'm talking to my wife. You're a slightly large body for your willpower. Did you? She's not an ally. She's a hero, right? You mentioned that. Yeah. So you can't go super off. You can't be like discard a card to draw three. Did you talk about her main reason, which is an answer to Tiana? So yeah, so she has like a good variety of uses across the board. I think her worst case is against Ember, Emerald Sapphire. You just ink her then. He started fixing it. Yeah, it's just so annoying that it's just like, nope, I can't deal with that. I need it fixed right now. Oh yeah. So there's still game three, right? I just found a setting that gives extended timers in Quiplash for streamed games.
Hey Mark 19917.
It's possible, Lexi, that that was from the last match as well, if it was in the first game. Hmm. I switch up between top and bottom. It doesn't matter to me top or bottom. Other directions, now that like that's a big no no. But like Magic the Gathering, it's not against the rules as well, actually, as long as it's not a pattern. Now, if you were to put your mulligan in upside down and the other cards are right side up, that's a pattern because then those cards are marked. You know, it could be one of those seven cards, right? So if you drew like a seven non land or a seven land hand and you shuffled it back in upside down, you'd know you'd have seven lands the other direction. That's straight cheating. Uh, in Lorcana, I would not be happy. I would call a judge. I think, especially since it's like a partial mulligan, so it's like they could literally just know their bombs are mulled away, right? But then the judges would try to figure that out. It would probably be a lengthy discussion, and they would interview the players, and they would make sure that nothing malicious was happening, or if they thought something was wrong, then they would step in and do something. And like I have faith in the judges, and some people are like, well, look what happened in Melbourne. Yeah, if anything, that gives me more faith in the judges, right? Because if you're a judge and you see that happen, you're going to be like, well, I don't want to be the judge that happens to, right? Like, I don't want to be blamed for that. So I'm going to like make sure I read these rules and make sure I'm not messing up. Like, that's my thought on it. Yeah. And like mistakes can occur, especially when someone who has a wealth of knowledge of the rules tries to manipulate the rules to their advantage. Because it's not that hard to make a rule sound in a way to have an outcome you want if the judge is not as experienced as they should be, which Melbourne showed because they just didn't have events as long. So, like, also, some rules in Lorcana do not work near the same as they do in Magic. And a lot of the judges have, just like the players, have a history of, yeah, that's brutal, have a history of Magic experience. Yeah, Alice is a joke without Scar. Yeah, he was gonna draw like 10 cards at least. And see, like this right here is a prime example of why Clarabelle is dominating the format and the Scar deck. Where like, oh, it's in the top eight, let's watch it because it's a rarity, right? Like, not only do they not have Under the Sea, their big draw card engine is a lot weaker, more susceptible to things. Yep, yep. You can use it as very much so. And when you use the Alice and the Auroras, like it gives you a couple more layers of protection for your big bomb. But Aurora costs five. So what am I shifting it on a two drop on turn three or four? Like it's not great because that's the turn I want to play the Scar. So it's still Scar on the same turn. So I had been pondering using Alice. It's neat to see that Jacopo is playing the Uninkable Alice as well because then you can curve it. You can play like turn two Tipo, turn three Alice, fire the cannons, their guy. Next turn, play Scar, quest with Alice, protect Scar. Next turn, either play the other Alice or just, filter. You don't have a big character to draw off of. That's the downside of that line. You have no way to really draw cards. But you could play a second Scar, and then your Tipo draws 3, discard 2, which is not insane, but it's not terrible. Another thing that I had checked. So most of the Scar decks we see have been Sapphire. As soon as I get off my lazy butt and actually order a playset of Scars, I think Ruby Steel as well as Amethyst Steel have ways to play Scar. You can use Cogsworth to play you can get to 6 ink, play Scar, play Cogsworth, give Scar Rush, take out a character, and then you can draw off of another character with a Scar right away. I think that's its big advantage is not using it right away. And then in Ruby, you have Tinkerbell, so you can play the Scar, gain 2 lore off of it coming into play, and instantly have the ability to draw cards off of it. And those are the ways I think you could do things. Plus, Ruby Steel needs card draw, right? So maybe Scar and Doc as your card draw engines are enough, but at the same time, I don't like having a 5-drop in my Doc deck. But people do it with Elsa's, I guess. But it's only 2 a turn. That's way more manageable, though. Of course, a horse is a horse, and we draw a genie off the top when we need it. And a Hades is there too. I wouldn't play it. I would play the genie. I saw green and purple and thought those were Pascals. And this is fair. Gain us a lore, stop some lore from being gained. Yeah, I saw that card and I was like, this is a lava axe. I don't like it. It'll be good in a turn or two, maybe. Do you think Hades just gets knocked down here? Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, we quest up and. Ooh! Yeah. And then we have the bell. Playing in your first Yu-Gi-Oh event. Good luck. Is that your fiance? That's his game, right? I don't know if he was fiance or boyfriend, but I remember the token you had with him was like a Yu-Gi-Oh card frame. Yeah, right. It's probably the neighbor who was revving their engine yesterday, causing a fire. So that was that match. We should have time to play around. I I updated it to make the profanity filter more strict, and I put it in family friendly mode, so maybe the questions are a little less leading. I feel some of those questions are just like, you want a dirty answer with this. Like, there's no way that's not what you want. J-Bomb's not even going to get in, and he wanted it the most. It's a new code. It's a new code. Yeah, did you like? No, I did fat A $sign. Is that just Braden forgetting an N? Oh man, that coffee definitely went down the wrong tube. I was rushing. You don't know what deadlock is? It is. I don't remember what this game was, but I remember it looked interesting. One slot left. All right, Lexi, get in here. You just got to go to jackbox.tv on your web browser or your phone, and then click in this code, and you can join. And then after someone joins or we start, you can do the same thing I just said to become an audience member if you want to vote on things, but you don't want to have to partake in having to do stuff. But I'll also start like a 30-second timer just in case.
Un risultato ok.
What is that message I just got? Oh, Lexi joined. Using her government name, even. I definitely muted it and muted the sound effects because they had like fart noises for every button press. It's like, what is going on? And so then I put subtitles. It's way better. Yeah, I just went through the options. Talk to me, talk to me, talk to me, baby. I did longer timers. It didn't look like it was that much of a longer timer. Was it only 60 seconds before? Oh, I thought it was 90 the whole time. Hmm. I want to like talk about the question as I do it. Like the streamer in me wants to talk about it, but it's like, no, I'm playing with them, so. Um, there was a couple, but I don't remember. It just ended. It's a bold choice to send someone a bouquet of flowers swarmed by bees or sudden chills. Whatever it takes, it's a piece of cake. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I sing the lyric wrong? I don't believe that. I believe that. Ooh, I got myself a quiplash. Initially, I was going to say Diablo. Something that should never be described as juicy. I feel like I describe chat as juicy a lot. Yeah. Daisies. Oh, very family friendly answer. I mean, I feel like stone dragons make very good confetti. Ooh, we got a split. I love to see that. I love to see that as a player of the game. Coffee shops always get names wrong. They should just hold up an order and shout, "Drink." I feel like TJ got lucky that Alexa didn't make an answer there. No offense, TJ, but I think you could do harder. I think you do better than that. The best way to dress up a pair of cargo pants. Slap them on Brayden. A pair of especially revealing flip-flops. I like to make fun of flip-flops personally. Sorry, forgot it was family friendly. Of course I went 1-1. It could have been much worse. It could have been much worse. Was Brayden the person who voted for Brayden having shorts? Oh. That's kind of on brand for Disney. But, like, isn't the mark of the devil actually what they were called 500 years ago? Like, I don't know if I should vote for what's actually the real answer or not. Like, they like it Disney. Instead of truth or dare, kids these days play truth or alter 7 or bear. Truth or bear, or truth or alter 7. Do you want the alliteration or do you want the Disney? TCG. You want to tell the truth or mull your whole hand? Good, because that was mine. I mean, I'll take the split over nothing, but I kind of wish it was a little better. J-Bomb is kind of a bear brand. You're a bear. Do you not know what that means? Well, you are a straight white male. And only one of those probably apply to you not knowing what a bear is. Write your answers on the device now. Alright, that one... I don't know. What are the top 4 decks? I was at work. Well, luckily for you, I have these 2 images we can look at. Really. Oh, wait. No, that's not. I don't want to show it that way. I don't want to show it that way. Open with photos. Open with photos. It saved the sizing I changed it to. So this is the... This was Saturday's event. 10 seconds. So Saturday's event was this over here. Today's event is over here. The top 16 yesterday, or the top 8, was like 4 Blurple and some other things. A good sign that everyone's out to get you, beating a world's competitor, or you play Blurple. These are both on brand of sorts. 1 audience vote. Oh! I thought this was going to be a split, but people hate Blurple. We know that the top 4 at least is 1 Blurple because... Or no. We're going in the finals, so we know 1 Blurple's in the finals. In New Fairy Tale, the handsome prince will be replaced by the nerdy lit major, or Doc. Because Amber Steel's better than Blurple Arathian, obviously. Lexi. Oh, that was... Mr. Rogers uses the safety cue. That's why. It was like witty, but it wasn't on brand because of that. That's fair. A team building exercise that is far too extreme for most company retreats. Shaving your head to look like R&B. Super sealed at DLC Mill. I feel like someone was like, R&B got like a quiplash. We better use it again. It's like, if I was gaming the system, I would not vote for the R&B one. I would want to punish that because I don't like people getting rewarded for that like type of humor necessarily. But I do like that answer, so I voted for it. Yeah, right. Like, I'm not trying to game the game. I'm trying to just have fun and play. Mark Zuckerberg probably has a folder on his desktop labeled Epstein folders. Oh, wait. Lorcana Play Hub that does not delete round 2. Definitely not for the NSA. So are we gonna? I'm gonna game the game this time. I'm not gonna vote for the Disney. Can I join in? You can join in as an audience member using this TDPJ right now, and then we might play one more game after the finals. Maybe play a game or two after the finals, and then anyone's welcome to try to join when we do that. Exactly. So why not hate the better deck? Because it's more fun to play Amber Steel. They really should cancel high school gym class and replace it with birth control class, a class on how to mulligan. They have birth control class. Did they have? The funny thing is they like had weird names for it. Like home ec was the class that we talked about birth control in my high school. We did very little cooking in home ec, actually. Like very little cooking in our home ec. Gym class? Huh. The name of a boy band from the 1890s. The Mouseketeers or the Quills? The Mouseketeers seems to be Disney on brand, and the Quills, well, if you've watched my stream or heard, you would know what that meant. It's also like a quill, you know, so it's old, but that was the name of Harlan, Alphos, and Sky's Blue Steel band. The first sign that you are watching a very artsy horror film based on a TCG, 30 minutes of examining the idea of a wolfman. Like the first half hour of the movie is that. I kind of want to watch a TCG horror movie. I'm so I'm so glad I did not let you get Quiplash on a queue. The weirdest function Iron Man's high-tech armor can perform. Auto erosionary. I wasn't gonna vote for the naughty one, even though it was funny. 2/3 of the way there. Hopefully, finals will start as soon as this finishes. Quiplashes are big game in this. I don't like the I don't like the third round very much, honestly. I couldn't think of what to do for all of them. Trying to be funny is hard. Bye, Lexi. You could never date someone who blank, blank, or blank is bald, bent sleeves, non-foiled deck, keeps their ink in front, plays aggro, plays discard. These are such. This was such a better question and answers than my question and my answers. Oh, I voted for the one on the right, and I shouldn't have because I would definitely date someone who played discard, but not someone who played aggro or kept their ink in front. Maybe the first two are like so on point that I'm like, all right, I wouldn't do that. Alexa over here being like, you better have that foiled out deck. 3 bad names for kitten. Help. Anybody, please help. Marked cards. 8 cards on a whole new world. Dropped my shark. Yeah. Help. Anybody, please help is some interesting answers. But I would agree that the third lash portion is the worst part of this game. So is Quiplash in the other game like a different version of it, or is it just still the same game with new like questions? Oh, so I'm supposed to ask for. So I should try to refund this game and then go buy the 7th one. I don't know if I've played this. Oh, so I was supposed to buy the 3rd one. So how do I get Quiplash 4? Three distinct things to yell as someone tries to hit a golf ball: sail, repair, heart of the cards. I like heart of the cards, but this is tough. Like the repair, like both of them have 2 really good ones. Like I like the sail and heart of the cards, but I like Be Prepared, Leroy Jenkins, and Pikachu. 3 people didn't vote. Oh no. Mr. Rogers is like, my answer was funny. You guys are fools. The 3 unique things you offer the world are food, drinks, perfect hands, TCG skills, my bearish looks, and humor. Is this J-Bomb? Perfect hands. You're not a hand model? I was hoping to get you with the my bearish looks. And it worked! I got him! I played him! I snagged him! That was like the worst game that you've had of it. I like that just R&B is the top answer. What that was? Wait, they're muted. I was like, yeah. I felt like every kid I went to high school with had hair that good, and I'm sitting there with like alopecia, wishing I had good hair. I mean, the reason my hair is so long is when you lose your hair and you grow it back, you don't ever want to get a haircut again. I think they're figuring out their audio issues. Almost time for the finals. So it swaps it. Interesting. Wouldn't like most of the best cards are uninkables. Wait, is this still just another top four? Did we watch top eight last round? I thought last round was top four. Oh, I didn't even notice that it was they were still speaking in Italian. I just like zoned right through it. And J Bomb like can't hear it, so he's just talking over it. So if you're just now coming in, this is the Italian National Championships Top 4 featuring the Lore League as hosts, and this is their Summer League 25, which we watched yesterday. No, 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 no. They had 64 events over and across Italy, and first place qualified you to play in here. I'm pretty sure that's what I read or was told. Get yeah, get used to long turns. Too soon? Too soon? I don't know. We would like Luca to play faster normally, but hopefully Rizzy here is not going to give him the time to take his time because he's going full throttle here. And unless Riboldi suddenly added cards that he was not playing yesterday, there's not a way for that Daisy to get down in this one turn. And then next turn, Daisy just challenges the Rafiki. So if Riboldi does not have a Tipo, that line just is quite good for Rizzy. Art sleeves. I would agree that a lot of times art sleeves are quite suspicious, but to me, these ones are a little different because that is a Dragon Shield logo and a card market logo. So I'm assuming he is either sponsored or they gave these sleeves to the players to use. Because that would this event is sponsored by Card Market. I don't know if it's sponsored by Dragon Shield or not, but I do know that Dragon's Shield does have sponsored players in EU. They just don't sponsor Americans because we're Americans. No, it makes sense. They want to sponsor their local players in their scene because Dragon Shield is a European company. My opponent in PPG did similar things when he was on Amber Steel. Uh, the difference is that then he would take his turn very quickly, and then normally took the next turn or two pretty quickly as well until he had multiple cards, or I did something that completely changed his predicted outcome of the game and made him have to reanalyze what his next few plays were. And I think that's reasonable, but you just can't afford to be going into the tank that often, that many times over the course of a game, and not just go to time constantly. Um, can't really quest with Nala because of this Basil. You could quest with the Daisy if you really wanted to. Unless, it could be unfortunate if he played Elephant. Elephant could be rough because then he gets to quest with Basil and then bounce it, or quest with the Rafiki and then bounce it, or challenge. I mean, he gets a challenge with Rafiki, take out the Daisy after questing with Basil, and then bounce back the Rafiki, and then the Daisy should trade with, or the Basil would trade with most things that would crack back at it, which would be irritating for Rizzy to deal with. But if he didn't have Elephant, then I could see wanting to do a quest here. But it just looks really rough for Rizzy to turn things sideways into one character that deals 5. Um, and if you're only questing with the Duck, they do that. If you quest with Duck and Nala, then your Rafiki eats Nala, then Elephant comes down, bouncing the Rafiki to hand, and then that turns pass back. You've gained 2 lore. You're down your Nala. Your opponent has an Elephant and a Basil. If you quest out again, the Elephant probably takes out the Lady to stack damage. So then next turn, it could take out the Daisy and use its ability to take out the Penny. Or something even scarier. Like getting damage stacked up on an elephant's rough, and we're not gaining too much lore. But Rizzy says, you know what, Riboldi, if you're gonna take 5 minutes, I'm gonna take 5 minutes. I'm assuming that he was also deciding whether or not he's questing this turn before picking his target. At least see instantly going to the next play. You can have a little bit of time to reconsider. That is one skill expression, is that sometimes people will be like, oh, I'm going to do this play, and then Luca did not like that sale going to the bottom. Oof. Because knowing your first play was a mistake and realizing it after you do it and then not fully committing, sometimes people are like, well, I don't want to play next card because then they'll think I'm bad because I didn't play it the first time. Then fine, let your opponent think you're bad, then they'll make mistakes against you by trying to take advantage of you being bad, and you can punish them. Or you are not going in the hole as bad. Sure, it would have been better to do this, but not doing it at all is still worse than the initial play that was chosen. Happens a lot. Yeah, poke knock in chat as well. You play more, you get lines down, you can make decisions faster. Luca is not happy. Can I get VIP for 100,000 points? I don't. What. VIP doesn't give you anything, though. I don't think. Just bragging rights. This game is over. I mean, I would argue she hasn't underperformed because she hasn't been seen. Like the game we saw her, she did stuff, right? She You want to see that turn 2 Tiana on the play is what you were talking about. Anala. So what's going on in turn 2 is like Anala, and then turn 3 is Nala Tiana. Zero cards, top deck dock. So Bell is humorously not great in this matchup. So one option is sending your Elsa into a Daisy and then using Bell to move 2 damage off your Elsa onto the Nala. And then letting him go to 18. And then you have 2 characters. And then you have to answer the character they play and another character in play. So I think this game's over. Mm. Can sing Into the Unknown and challenge something to put 2 damage on it, like leave 2 on Daisy, but then we're still losing next turn. I mean, Luca's just doing his best to make sure we have a game to watch during the entirety of this round. He's not a fan of Quiplash. You just never know. Yep. Are you ready to be on cam? Yep. Boom. Oh no, it's a new thing. I gotta change it. I forgot. J-Bomb is in the room with the casters right now. He's like instantly goes into show off mode. Like when AFK while you were still on cam on the other screen, and then start playing. You're just in the play. Were you like pointing to cards, being like as a? Oh, all right. I'm putting you back. All right. Yeah, I think I. There we go. But your hand's too far off. You got it. All right. So Aurora here has 1 damage on it, and the penny, as you could see, is pretty good. Oh, we're playing a lady coming up over here. All right, that's enough of that. That was pretty good. Whew, yeah, Rizzy seems to be off to the races here. Oh! It wasn't guaranteed to survive. If, because he. No, because you Elsa it, you challenge it with. He's like, no, that one. That one. I want the one that drew you a card. Yeah, I'm taking back my. Well. Oh man, this Red Bull. My timer went off and I forgot why I set the timer, so I just ignored it. And then I remembered, and so it is like ice, but it is probably the best Red Bull I've ever had in my life. No, it's like right before slush. So it's still liquid, but it is ice cold. Like if I feel like if I poured it over ice, it would turn to slush on the ice. These are the reasons you tune into our chat. Yeah, a lot better than Sleepy. Yep. So it's tough for me to choose because I have a playset of foil Sleepies, but I have a playset of non-foil French Jim Deers that Sailor gave me. So it's like, oh, do I play with the foils or do I play with the French puppies? Like, I'm trying to drink my beverage, Jeffrey, and you're trying to murder me. I'm like, I think we're going a little too rough on Riboldi here with the slow play allegations. And then you just hit me and knock it out of the park with that one, bro. Good thing we were on ad break. Well, yeah, I mean, when you have twice as long to think about your plays than everyone else, I'm being rough. Everyone. So I knew a pro player, and by pro player, I mean he has pro points in Magic the Gathering, who literally told me if you are not getting one slow play warning per event, you are leaving it on the table. Basically saying you're playing too quickly and you need to spend more time thinking. I'm not a huge fan of that theory. I play very quickly. I like to have time to finish my matches, but sometimes I tank, and if I tank, I tank. Right? Uh, I can't afford. I can't afford to like lose the game because of that tank. Right? So I need to. At least if I play fast through the whole game, if I tank for a few turns, I can just be like, "Hey, I played really quickly. I think you can calm down for this turn." When you spent like 2/3 of the match uh, with your plays. But it is a dangerous game. You have to play a lot to do that because if you don't, you're going to make mistakes. So when I take a break and I don't play for a little bit, I make some big mistakes. Yep. But that's also good. That's it's a great way to learn the format is walking into every trick over and over again for a few matches cuz then you're like, "Okay, now I know what to play around." Yep, that is my style. The teach me why I shouldn't be doing this. I'll look. I am in a chat with people from the event, so I did ask them for it, but I am sure they're not paying attention to the chat because it's not relevant. Like they don't need to like be hyper focusing on the restreamer chat, right? They have real things to keep pay attention to, but hopefully they'll see it and they'll get it back to me quickly. Or will post it themselves. Maybe if anyone in here speaks Italian and they know of where it's listed, you never what. Yeah, we've seen a few things that I personally think are social faux pas. Flipping your opponent's card for a daisy and you don't know them, like maybe they're besties. That's I would do that to you. I would do that to you if I like may if I thought you were taking too long, I would do that. I've done it to Sky in testing. Yeah. The exerting two characters off of an Elsa 8 was also something we saw happen today that is yeah, I think you're correct. I think that one's better, but still kind of excuse me, pardon me. Django Jane in chat, how are you doing? I keep forgetting that people can pay 3 to bypass Tiana's ability. You're not the only one. Lots of people forget that there is a clause to get around it. Yeah, Santa, what are you doing? Warming up yesterday's pizza, lunch of champions. Well, we found out that the Papa John's has a deal where you can get a one topping medium pizza for $6.99 if you order two of them. So we got a medium for me and a medium for my son. He got pepperoni and I got salami. Um, the Blurple actually has quite a few non-character cards to hit. Like you, it is unlikely, but it is 1 in 6 chances around that area. I thought Elsa 8 caught exerted too. Maybe I missed something on that comment. The comment was that when he played the Ursula 8, he reached over and physically exerted two cards. Instead of pointing at the targets and letting the opponent exert it, he just reached over and tapped them, exerted them, which is the social faux pas aspect of it. Not against the rules, most likely. I don't know for sure. Yeah, it's like, yeah. It's all good. Teach me why I shouldn't be doing this is the same approach to take for fighting games as well. Yeah. Like, show me why I shouldn't be doing this. It works. Why shouldn't I do it? Like, it's good for testing, not good for main events. Unless your testing showed that's what you're supposed to do. Oh, we were talking way long time ago about, and we got diverted and we didn't jump back. You said that Kendall beat you a bunch in testing and it's disheartened you. I'm pretty sure I've talked about it before, but before Atlanta, I wanted to play some Emerald Steel mirror matches to see how the deck played out, and this was before. Well, Bucky was around, but Diablo wasn't. So the Bucky version was no longer the more popular version of Green Steel. The Green Steel deck at the time was like turn one Merfolk, turn two Flynn, turn three Prince John. Um, and it is what I played at Atlanta. I played the mirror match against Kendall, and we played like 20-ish games. And in the first 20 games, he was beating me more often than not on play draw. We were jumping back and forth. I was letting him trial by fire. Like I was like, show me why this is bad. He then like you lose the game because of it, right? Um, I drastically changed how I mulliganed and what I kept. And then in the next, we played like a total of 40 games. In the second half of the games, I was beating him like 60% of the time. Um, and he seemed to play the same throughout the whole 40 games. Um, and it taught me quite a few things that like literally used all day in Atlanta that I felt just won me every single mirror match. Um, so like one of the aspects is you get blown out by Ursula on turn two, right? So level one is you ink or mulligan away your songs. That's what Amber Steel does against Ursula too, right? Well, we kind of have an intense turn here. Um, he's actually doing stuff now. He drew an Inkable for his Monstro, but it's also a card he might just want to play. Because this is interesting. That eats that, gets a bunch of damage, and then it's actually crap. He needs the Monstro still, right? No, I guess he could play the Into, but I think Monstro is better than Into the Unknown. And then he gets to quest. I guess it. All right, all right. Into the Unknown allows him to use his Dumbo to gain a lore and draw card. Why is he paying one? Yeah, like, but he paid one, and then he like went over to his elephant. That is not what he wanted to draw, though. But it's not bad, actually. It's not good. Yeah, you do that. Now you send Rafiki into Aurora, play Elephant, bounce Rafiki to your hand, ink Rafiki, play Into the Unknown on Daisy. Now you have two elephants, a Dumbo, and a Monstro in hand. But you still... Yeah, you still need to draw a real card to answer whatever threat he plays. And is that card over there in his hand? So maybe he even has 2 threats. That's a Tiana, and that's a Rhino. He goes to 19, he plays both, passes the turn. I think there is literally 0 outs. I mean, he does... Okay, that's not true. Maybe? No? Yeah, because he needs to have... Hades is the only card in his deck to answer non-exerted. And if he has he can't do Elsa and Hades. Does he play Big Elsa? If he has... Oh, okay. Then he does actually have an out. No, he is slow playing. He's definitely slow playing. Is it malicious? No. Pizza reheated. No, I did not. I wish I was watching your cam while that happened. A giant flying ant. Was it Ray? Oh wait, he had damage on the elephant. I completely forgot he had damage on the elephant. That changes things drastically. He has way more outs because of he needs Elsa here though. His only out was Elsa. But like I forgot he got to move damage with the elephant, so he was able to just answer the Rhino right away. But at this point, I think he is now out of the game. Yep. All right, so we have our first finals competitor, David Rizzi. Was it David Panini? Or no, it was Luca Panini. So it might be the Say David. So I was telling a story earlier before the last turn started. Oh yes, so it was all about learning the mulligan and stuff. And so level 1 is like you to play around Ursula 2 on 2 blowing you out, you ink your strength and whatnot. Well, level 2 is you don't play your Ursula 2 on 2. You play it on 4 or 5, the turn before they sing, or could play something relevant, like get before the Bruno turn, because everyone does level 1, especially the farther event you get. But almost every single mirror I played, which I played like 4 or 5 of over the 2 days, every single one of them played Ursula 2 on 2 and whiffed. When I would play like a Flynn Rider on 2, and then 2 turns later, I'd be like Flynn Rider, Prince John, next turn, Ursula 2 hit something in their hand. Oh, I just watched J-Bomb fly away from the bug again. I almost had it that when you swiped the very feminine slipper, it almost hit the other caster in the head. That was an armrest. It looked like a slipper. We didn't see the bug. All right, are we going to play a game of Quip It while we wait for the next round, or do you think that that lasted long enough? Was it? Both times. Or total time, like 5 minutes. Jackbox.tv. Alright, I'm gonna put you on the screen. Attack them bugs. Oh, you don't have the slipper anymore. You're not on the screen anymore. You have to be more entertaining if you want to stay on the screen. I'm gonna grab pizza while people join. So, are you a garlic sauce dipper, or do you shake it up and pour it over the whole pizza? Really? I didn't even know they had that. Right? And it's normally free, I would agree. Alright, if anyone wants to join, you may, but I'm about to start this game very shortly. What did Web say? Things not in English. That makes sense. Everybody's in. Video, it's set to the highest quality. It's hard to try to be funny. I had to use a safety quip. It was just a really poopy one. I just could not like. I could have maybe thought of an answer if we were playing R or X rated, but not PG. I bet they're both quips. That it was a terrible question. It was a terrible question. Will you try Doomspire the card game? Have not heard of it. What would you call your antisocial network? Rule Shark, Blurple Book, and antisocial platform. Ooh, I didn't. Blurple Book is actually a lot funnier than I initially thought. Yeah, yeah. That better be a quip. I'm eating here. Wait, is this the game that's been out for a while? Or is this a new game? No, the Doom game. Quiplash. There's some naughty ones to this one. Movie reboot: The Devil Wears Perfect Fits or Pro Tiana Propaganda. It's because I'm good. 50-50. Oh man, we are against each other. Why would Penny the Orphan be in suburbs? No, you cannot. I mean, if you're saying that's where the people who adopt her will live. Alright, easy peasy. Probably not a great answer for me to do, but you know. Randomly scream boo or questing with Daisy on 3 hoping to Rapunzel. J-Bomb is not in the game somehow. Why aren't you playing J-Bomb? Did your internet go to poop? Thanks for that one, Rogers. That is the best answer. I can still see J-Bomb, but I cannot hear him. Oh, there goes. Han Yolo will one day be the subject of a viral meme called... It's funny that they pulled one of the people from it. Oh, J-Bomb just giving out max answers. Yeah, it would be easier that way. We're playing on hard mode. I'm sorry, what'd you call me? I asked if you were on Lorcana Goons. Or Blurple. Well then. You still there, J-Bomb? Well, at least everyone but you got my joke. Good news, there's cake in the break room. Bad news, it says they reprinted Pop. Eat only if you feel risky today. So if you wanted Pop reprinted, would you not click that because it says bad news? Or... Yeah, no thanks. And the fact that you have like turn 1 and turn 3 to be able to sneak 2 popsicles into play. All right, now comes the worst round of the game. Another hard one that's just not good nor funny. Could be funny, I guess, but I'm not funny. Um. Oh. Hmm. I didn't know Brayden was in here. Printing Bucky, printing Dumbo, printing Be Prepared. Yeah, that's. He said it's the greatest achievement of mankind. But I'm a JDZ stan, so you just need to mention him, and I'm voting for him. 3 things you need to do to be a good dog. Such a good dog. Enter exerted. Let me play something for free. Die so Chernobog can live. Take my human for a walk. Feed my human. Lick the peanut butter off the stick. Alright, yeah, I'm going to go for the Lorcana one. I feel like that's a safety cue. No. Oh, man. Han Yolo with the normal answers, not good enough. But Soup getting the quiplash, is that's more points than some players are going to have in the game on one round right there. 3 of Einstein's less impressive discoveries. Yeah, the peanut butter on the stick was a little much. The theory of inking, how to mulligan blurple, missing turn 2 ramp, blurple in general, coining the term bear, and hair gel. You are a holler back girl. Dang it, I wanted the full thing, but Rogers had some good answers there. Did you vote for me? I didn't even actually look. You did. Okay, I knew you would. That 6K that Soup got in that last round just like souped him up there. That was a good round. My deck box. What is that from? Like what movie? Oh, okay. That was ad lib. Blah blah blah. That's kind of impressive. I mean, what else are we gonna do? Is that the Dick Burns or is that a Dick Burns impersonator? Got one spot left for ye. Someone wants to try to be funny, make some jokes, make people laugh in chat. Prove it. How'd you finish? Huh. How to take the real answer and twist it to Disney. They should let you look at both of the questions at the same time so you can answer the easy one quickly. California's biggest export is Bell Accomplished Mystics or Lorcana Pros. Boo me. That says a lot about you. I didn't vote for the Disney this time. I would love to eat barbecued dinosaur. Chris Croy, Chris Croy, Chris Croy, Chris Croy, Chris Croy, Chris Croy. I thought you were screaming to the Chris Croy. That was perfect. He woke up his dogs. I'm not gonna lie. I I don't actually like Chernadogs as a deck name. I don't know why. Maybe it's the "Who Let the Dogs Out" meme. I still hate, even though it's been 20 years. I don't know. Although saying "Who's got that dog in him" is kind of fun. Did you not vote there? Did you get scared by the bug and forget to vote? He did. I think he accidentally knocked his internet down. He's not even in the chat, the voice chat. You're being honest with yourself. You'll never be brave enough to play Huey, Dewey, and Louie. Register 9 magic brooms. I'm gonna go. We've been doing a lot of callback. Oh, J Bomb got on that one. I almost did the broom one. all of the gin joints in the world, she walks into mine, my LGS, or Pizza Hut. I feel like Pizza Hut is a quip answer. That's not meant as an insult. It's just, it's like not a bad answer, but at the same time, it hasn't, like, if it's not Lorcana based, I just assume it's a quip answer. We've just all done that. Oh, one magic broom. Oh, I read that definitely as Roman numerals. That makes way more sense. My brain read it like, you wouldn't cheat. It was a safety cue. What should have happened at the end of the Titanic? She should have moved over so Lilo could have got... Rose should not have ice blocked Leo. Ooh. I'm going to go with the one I like. I like both, but I lost J-Bomb again. I saw him. I caught eye contact with him, and then he disappeared before saying anything. He left me. Oh, he's back. Once again, we had someone not vote. Which is fine. Which is fine. Well, the scariest thing that could pop out of your birthday cake. Daisy on turn 1. Baker singing bee prep. I would enjoy it, but I'm still voting for it. I like it enough. Here, I'm going to turn the quality down on this room to half. Because maybe your computer is just like doing too much trying to watch that. And you don't need high quality to read a clock. For you. The stream does. They got the highest quality. We got Wonderland in first place with 0 points. All right, we're done. We don't need to play anymore. All the way in second to last place. I failed at those ones. Yes, I did. All points are doubled. I just realized that apparently I had to reset the selections because this question is definitely not family friendly. Mine is definitely drug related in question. This music is too classical. It is too slow. I'm not tired, luckily. It is nice not being like dead tired at the moment. Having more than 2 hours of sleep has done me well. Let's start with a surprising thing that does impress Shania Twain. Ed. Shania Twain. What did I say? Shanana? I did say Shania, right? Man, no ramp on turn 2 or Ed. That does? I mean, I may be biased, but Ed does impress me. How do you win against Baja as Blurple? What are the key cards for that matchup? As we've seen over the weekend, it really tends to be that they ramp and then they empty their hand very quickly to play around Baja playing a Clarabelle and drawing. And then like they'll keep like one card in their hand and it'll be like a second sun. So then they sing second sun and then play all the cards that they get. Most likely play a Hades on your draw. A nickname for marijuana that never really caught on. Green Boys or Shift Diablo. Hey, boys, after school, you want to go shift some Diablo behind the bleachers? Green Boys sounds like the high school name of like the group of people that smoked. J Bomb. Oh, more people thought Green Boys was it. No one wanted the Diablo Disney reference, I thought. But apparently, with an odd amount, they still split it. That's kind of weird. I feel like they should have given it to you because it's 3 versus 2. Or did I have an audience vote? The worst thing to say after making eye contact with someone in the elevator. I love Blurple. Or, aw, you guys made me ink. I kind of like that ink one. I don't know. Mine timed out and I couldn't type the word bug. You'll notice which one. Squig says thank you. Yep. Oh yeah, because I answered your question. And so it's a little rough. There's probably a few other things you could do. Like I beat Blurple when I played them in the event, but the Blurple I lost to was playing like 16 ramp cards. An epiphany you have at your 20-year high school reunion. Wow, none of these people play TCGs. I should have gone outside more. Or none of these people know how good I am at TCGs. I like that meme. With the kid at the party in the corner. None of these people know that I own a playset of enchanted Dumbos on the first weekend. What is one trick magicians refuse to do? There's been a recurring theme of making fun of Chris Croy and Rackham. How do you even say his name? I need J-Bomb to pronounce names for me. Clement. But J-Bomb's Walmart internet is not doing it right now. I've got Target internet. It's fancy. The Law and Order sound should play whenever you draw with Rapunzel or you keep 7. Those are both good answers. Dun dun dun. So it should be like whenever you sing removal. The person who I lost to is playing with Pleaky and Donald 5. I don't know if that's good. I don't know if they played max of both. I assume they ran 4 Pleaky before running any Donalds, but they also ran Donalds. I went for the Rapunzel draw, but I can respect losing to You Keep 7. That was pretty good. Yeah, Quiplash Lorcana. Well, we're actually watching this event. We're just waiting for the finals. We'll be right back. The Renaissance, Bob Ross's nickname, would have been... I don't think Bob Ross would have been known as a shark. And that looks like a quip answer. So do we go for the low-hanging cheater Lorcana link or the quip answer? I think I feel more dirty voting for the quip. But that's probably just me. No, Mr. Rogers came up with it on his own, and the audience got him. I feel like I overthought myself that time. The weirdest thing to discover after coming out of amnesia. I'm a lady, or Plike putting Tipo into the inkwell. Pleakley putting Tipo into the... Yeah, we definitely should be playing on family mode. It was supposed to be, and we've discussed to keep it PG-13 at least. Do squats with 2020. Still in first place. And I'm in last. I got voted all up on. I think someone quiplashed me that round. But I just got to get that 6K quiplash here. That thriplash. Hmm. Once again, round 3 has terrible questions. Just not a fan of round 3 of Quiplash. Ah. Well, Mr. Rogers with 15 seconds left. He's got to put his little winter coat jacket away and switch into a sports coat and change his shoes. 3 things you always forget when you leave the house: my life pad, my earbuds, and dice. Dice, playmat, top loaders. We've got a reoccurring theme on both sides. Dice on both sides. It's life pad versus playmat, and my earbuds versus top loaders. Which are you more likely to forget? I will not lie, one of these is mine. Boom! Earbuds takes out top loaders. I think LifePad and Playmat are equal answer quality. 3 words that could describe your family or bowel movement. That's a good question. RB enjoyers, Blurple enjoyers, Racklum fans. I feel like that is either Dick Burns or J-Bombs. Hardy, nutty, difficult to pass. Is that a Q? That feels like a Q. It's also naughty. I almost think that might... I'm going to go for the poop joke this time. Over the Racklum. Clement. It was Dick Burns. I did guess that there. And the punishment on the poop over... See, Dick has been here not long enough to see how overused Lorcana or the Racklum one is. But J-Bomb's still not back in the chat, but he is playing the game. The 3 things, and it looks like the match is about to start here. The 3 things standing between you and becoming president: my internet died, losing the dice roll, mulligan 7, opening 7 on inks. Do I give one to J-Bomb? Maybe. So Valerio Savani is on Blurple versus David Rizzi. J-Bomb was the internet died one, and I did shout him out a little there, but mostly to game the system and give this person less points, because I'm a jerk like that. The 3 forgotten steps in the cha-cha slide. I read that as Chicha slide at first. Ask, cards in hand, shift Clarabelle, sing your welcomer, hooey, Louie, and Dewey. I like that one. Mostly because I liked saying it. We'll probably play one more game of Quiplash after the finals while we have closing thoughts and chit-chat. Possibly. Depends whether or not our good friend J-Bomb joins us back in the booth. It's a shame they didn't put it in the right order. Is it not Huey, Louie, and Dewey? Is it Huey, Dewey, and Louie? I don't even know now because I read it once and that's how I remember it for the rest of time. All right, Rizzy refocuses. We've got a Royal Guard coming in over there, who I did jump up to 4th place, but Han Yolo takes the win. Congratulations. We got a Rhino from the Rizzy Master. He rizzes up the board with a Rhino. Bell Accomplished Mystic. That was what blew me out in the first round. It was a good one. We're gonna snooze this ad, and I will wait until after this first game finishes and then manually do an ad. That way we get all the action. I don't know what it is about Valerio's sleeves, but they look like, if you look at that, the way that the image is, I would assume that that's not soft. Like, it just feels like it would, like when you rubbed your finger over it, like your finger would catch every few seconds. You know what I mean? All right, Han Yolo, as victory, I'll redeem a single reward on the thing for you, I think. What's an expensive one? Here, I'll redeem a kiwi for you. There you go. You had a kiwi victory. Turn 2 Nala. Not a bad play, but not really wants to be doing. I mean, realistically, Rhino on 1 is not that good here. It does not do too much. Now, that said, next turn, if we shift Rhino and play a 1-drop, we can then sing Strength on Dumbo, which is not a bad play. Elsa still takes out our Nala, but yeah, our Nala goes down no matter what, actually, because they could send the Royal Guard into it, deal it 1 damage, which then takes away the resist and allows Tipo to take it out. So it does make sense that the play here is to go Tiana pass. It is frustrating if Valerio has the Elsa to take out that Nala before a quest even happens. But these are the things that happen on the draw. And there is the Elsa there, but the rest of the hand's pretty mid, to an extent. That is +3 for Royal Guard to hit for 5. But that's not 7. You need 7 to go through Tiana and trigger. I like that. Rizzy here, showing why he's named Rizzy. Like, pointing to the Tiana, like, yeah, you want to exert this, right? This is what you want to hit? You should do it here. Like, I think that's pretty funny. But, you know, there's still a world he could come back. He has the shift. Does not matter that much. That said, we know Valerio doesn't have the removal, but he has 5 ink. So he can pay 2 to plus the Royal Guard, draw a card. Then just pay 3 and let Royal Guard eat Tiana. And then Rhino's there. Or he could just pump the Dumbo and pay the 3 and challenge there and not let Rhino eat back. And then Rhino can't really quest because then another strength takes out Rhino, or some sort of big card cantrip in a turn. Just like the Royal Guard itself represents taking out Rhino. Oh yeah, and just Dumbo Elsa to do it as well. So that's even better. You don't even need to use strength. So you could draw 2, pump, pay the 3, and then keep the strength to be able to easily take out Rhino the next turn if you need to. If, you know, say, strength happens. Unfortunately for Rizzy, the Tiana's not going to live, but this is still probably the best attempt. And it is also brutal that we played Lady with no put into play, which to me tells me that his hand has at least 1 dock, not 2. If he had 2 docks, he'd put it into play, right? So he has a dock in hand, My guess is fire the cannons and strength. I haven't looked, but those are probably it. And someone is saying fire the cannons in chat. Not questing the red-green is a huge tell. Too big rhino. Oh, yeah. Oh, I guess we did know we had a rhino. I did see the rhino in his hand earlier. So what? We ink rhino, shift rhino, sing strength if we're lucky, play dock, fire the cannon, and a Sven. Okay. So rhino can be difficult for him to answer. He doesn't have too. Oh, he has another Dumbo. Okay, that's the issue. Is like he doesn't have too many cards, but he's got Finders, Keepers, Dumbo, and Elephant. So at this point, I think you just play the Elephant, draw a card, ink a card, pass the turn, which seems not terrible. Rizzy's at 2. This gets you more cards. It expands your ink, and it gives you another threat that can challenge. We're probably going to have to ignore this rhino for a few turns. It is interesting that we're tanking this long before choosing a play. It is possible that he just wants to quest with Tipo, play Elephant, bounce it, and ink the Tipo just to get more like board presence and ink. And it kind of looks like that's what we're going for here. I personally don't like this play as much because you don't get to see as deep, and you have less characters in play. So like it's possible that a strength or a hypnotic strength could like we could use that on the Tipo to do something, or like we could hit the rhino with Elephant and then maybe use Tipo to finish it off with something later on, or just trade. Most likely it's fine. I just want to dig deeper, right? Because I feel like we need to hit a Hades to answer a Tiana later, or to answer this rhino. And then like getting Dumbo in play is putting us at drawing like 3 or 4 cards a turn, and like with our opponent at such a low lore and us at such a low lore, gaining more cards to then answer every card they play seems much better. But Elephant is a card. It does slow our opponent down as well. And as we talked earlier, like Elephant just staying in play is huge. That is very bad for Rizzy. Wow, you heard that? That was my wife in the other room. Like 2 rooms over. Yeah, the Elsa top deck was insane. I mean, if you know you're top decking Elsa, the Rhino play was way better. But we had the fire the cannons to fully get rid of it. Into Doc. You know, if you're allowed to draw Elsa, I'm allowed to draw Doc, friend. Oh no! I guess Elsa couldn't take down Rhino anyways, but now it really can't take it down. Imagine if he played like 2 there, but had a play set of Enchanted Dumbos. Yeah. Well, maybe after making the finals, I don't know what the prizes are here, but That could be first play. I'm pretty sure the prizes for yesterday were like a set of enchanted Dumbos or foil Dumbos or something. Wait a second. How did Elsa get 3 damage? I'm so confused. Oh, that's her power. Okay, that makes way more sense. I was like, why is there 2 damage dice on Elsa? I really don't like this shifting version of having the card be that noticeable. Like, I feel like that could very easily be separated into 2 separate characters at some point. Yeah, Danny. Game 1 going to the Blurps. They were on the play, I do believe. They were on the play, and Rizzy's open was pretty mid. He should, unless some crazy things happen, which is possible. Blurple can 2-0 Amber Steel. But if things go to the playbook and Rizzy has a medium to good hand and Villarreal doesn't have like an insane hand, hopefully the ad didn't. I wasn't noticing it. Hopefully it didn't start before the game finished. But I'm assuming we go to game 3 is the game that's going to be the game to watch. And it's like, is Rizzy gonna have? Is he gonna be the Rizzler? Is he gonna open up with like what he needs to do at all the time, or is it just like gonna fizzle? What is? It looks like a reversed Hades there. What is that card? The camera's trying to like focus on it. Oh, it's just an altered Hades. I wonder if they realize that their camera is mirrored. This whole time I thought he was on the right, but he's been on the left. He's like, I don't know what this card is reversed in the camera. I need to look it down to see what I got. I wonder what the solo means that they're saying in chat. They said it twice. Solo! Like, why? What's it for? Solo! It's fun to say. Who needs to draw cards when you can just shift Elsa and then play Hades? We're like, yeah, I like drawing cards with this Dumbo. It seems fine and safe. He's like, nah, friend, I know that I'm going to hit that Elsa off the top to just, like, get that value off of my Rhino. Or my Elephant. I just played locals, tested the Sky List. Amethyst Steel is my normal home, but I've been on Purple Steel since end of last set. Or Amber Steel is my home, but I've been on Purple Steel since the end of last set for DLC and card testing. Went 3-1 losing Purple Steel. I want to take Am Steel, but scared of Purple Steel being big in the room for Cardiff. I don't think Amethyst Steel's that bad of a matchup. I think it's just very much like the mirror. If you draw your strengths, they don't. You got it. You play around their tricks. It's good for you. And if they're on illusions, then your cannons are like just absurd. But you also have to respect things. Like if they play hook on turn 1, don't quest with your daisy. I'm pretty sure we saw it on stream where someone quested with their daisy into a hook and the opponent was just like, here's my surfer mim, and just ate it. I don't know if it mattered, because they might have still had like another daisy, but I feel one of the games we saw someone just lose almost on the spot because of it. I feel like there's just as many decisions with Amber Steel. Some of them people just naturally don't view. There we go. This was supposed to be your game 3, Rizzy. Why are you rizzling up on the play, bruh? You're supposed to be doing this on the draw. So is Tiana just gonna like take out the Royal Guard here? Team Royal Guard or Rafiki? Team Royal Guard, bruh. Team Royal Guard. I don't like Rafiki very much. I was on Royal Guards and Basils when I played. I think I was on 3-3. If I had stayed on Blurple this last weekend, or 2 weekends ago, I probably would have been on 4-4 for this very matchup right here. I don't know if I would have been on Monstros. They have seemed a lot better. They've seemed decent against Ember Sapphire, and felt good here. In the mirror, they're obviously kind of mid, unless you're a mad lad and you're playing a single feather. If Monstros are good in the mirror and GB and Amber Steel, then Monstro probably should be played in the deck, which would explain why JD was on 4. If JDR was on 4, maybe he was ahead of the meta. But it just looks so mid so many times. Like if your opponent's got a bunch of evasives and you're like Monstro, it's like takes ink back to ink again. Yeah, I mean I've done that. Humorously, I had a judge call at Worlds about it against an Italian Worlds player because I like inked something and took it back, and he didn't want me to do that. But the judge was basically like, "Hey, it's on." Like we talked about it earlier, it's like on my turn, nothing has happened. No changes of things. We want people to play like good Lorcana here. Like that's not how we want games to go. And then humorously, the next turn I inked that same card. And we both had a chuckle about it. There is 2 Tianas. If this Belle was an Elsa, the game could very well be almost over. It's weird that I almost... Assuming he hasn't inked this turn. I guess he hasn't, right? Because... Or no, yeah, he ramped, so he hasn't inked yet. It's like, so do you play Belle so the next turn you can just pay 3 to take out Tiana? Or do you draw 3 cards and hope to draw an answer? I'm thinking it's probably Belle. You just want more answers. That's So Rizzy needs to have Doc. It's his only way here. If he's able to like go one drop Doc, draw 2 cards, pass the turn, Rizzy has a Doc. Let's hope he's able, for his sake, to play a couple characters and Doc on his turn. If he has to do 2 other things and not Doc, that could be rough. He needs to just not have to ink anymore and needs to empty his hand, so this next Into the Inkwell is good for him. The problem is his next Into the Unknown is going to take out Tiana and Penny, because then the Genie gets to bash it. Or he needs to have, say, he needs to be like ink into like John and Doc. Like putting a bodyguard into play would be really, really good here. He drew a second Doc, so we're just questing, deploying Nala and Doc. There's a world that he doesn't quest. And it very well, it's interesting. This quest is going to hurt him. Blue. Well, this is how Blurple wins on the draw. Double Into the Unknown. And having like a good 1-drop. This was a turn 2 Tiana. But Rizzy has a Doc in hand because he didn't draw, right? I can't think of a single card that I would keep in my hand and not discard to draw cards if I'm playing Doc on that turn for nothing. I would rather just not play the Doc. And next turn, play the 3-drop I have in the Doc. Or like ink, play 3-drop, play Doc. Like, and we're at 9, so we're representing 13. So I definitely feel like Bell move of damage is reasonable. Thought about not doing it. He did think about not doing it. Not a Visions. Ink Visions, so he can play Hades next turn for sure on a readied threat. Like 12 lore is not that much lore, but he only has a Hades in hand, so he can answer 1 more card. But if we're like Nala Doc, oh, Lady Doc is good. That's a good draw. We draw 2 more threats. If we play another Nala here, like, it is scary. Imagine a Penny. Penny to re-heal Nala, get in for that 3 and another 1, and give resist to the point where it's like you need to hit it with Bell because Bell's the only thing that answers it. He has the Penny. That looks like a Daisy, and that is a Penny. Bruh. Get got. We're thinking, right? Did he pass the turn? I bet he was thinking to do that and then like pass the turn. Now maybe he's like, no, I need to quest too. I think he should be questing here. Possibly, like, it's hard to say. Because you know your opponent's going to 7 ink. Granted, he only had 1 card in hand. But, like, missing this 3 lore is gigantic. I mean, I guess Hades, it only cost him 1 lore, so maybe that's worth it, but... And He had the Daisy already? He can't answer everything. You get to keep a dock alive. I think that is a good enough reason. Maybe. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You go to 15, you keep a dock. I mean, this is just Lorthel. He has to have an answer for the Nala, or he loses. But imagine if he was at more lore here. Maybe it wouldn't matter, and Rizzy played it right. Well, he gets it anyways. Triple Nala. It's one way to do it. If your opponent says pass, oh wait, no, this, I think that's fine. I don't think that. I think a judge should rule that the turn's not passed yet, because it's in like the same thing, like the same phrase of changing a mind in the same thing. I think that's perfectly reasonable. Now, if they're like, "I'll pass my turn," and you as the opponent are like, "Oh wow," and then you draw a card, and they're like, "Oh wait, this," then yeah, they missed it because in my mind, the only reason they saw it was because you reminded them with your reaction. That's the type of thing that would then change some stuff because they obviously missed it until they were reminded about it. But that doesn't mean during your opponent's turn, as soon as they miss something, you should mention it in a mocking way. And then when they're like, oh, I'm going to do this, be like, oh, you only did it because I reminded you. I don't think it's going to work that way for you. Unless like you wait till they do something else and then remind them. Like, I feel like if they challenge after it, like, you're not going to get the take back. But playing the card, tanking, and then passing and being, oh, wait, no, I targeted this, I think is reasonable. That said, would I call a judge on it to find out how the judge would rule it in the finals? Maybe. I don't know. I'm assuming in this position in the finals, you don't have to call a judge on it because the judge is literally right there watching it. And then they would say, no, you can't do that if it was something they weren't allowed to do. So is Dumbo, Hades, Elsa, Genie, etc. Nala is just too good. Nala's okay. I think it's fair. I think it's surprising how much better than Piglet she turned out to be. I really underestimated her based on how poorly the other zero cost Quest for 3 characters are, but dang is that resist so much better than it looks. And I think the main reason is just that she can't be Fire the Cannon with just one. That's the big part, is that when they do play the one cost answers, it's not an answer. So there's just like a high chance she gets turned sideways at least once. Yeah, Nala trades for 0, but trading doesn't always matter, if that makes sense. So like, you don't care if you trade if more often you get to turn it sideways because they don't have removal. Also, you can top deck Nala when you have no characters in play and still get 3 lore. That's the big part. I think it's in the mid game when you draw it and it's still a 3 lore threat instead of being like, oh, they've answered every character I had and now it does nothing. Sailor says, I was traveling yesterday. I thought the final was Blurple versus Green Blue yesterday. Is that another event, like a Sunday event? Yeah, there is 2 events. They finished everything yesterday. And this one is the Italian National Championships. And this is the finals there. So whoever wins this is the Italian National Champion. And it does look like Rizzy gets to go off here with not even have to worry about or an elephant,
Hey Iron of
which is
Legs.
pretty big. But so at this point, we just have to assume that Valerio is going to be playing Genie into Elsa. That's like my fear. It's like that's what the scary thing is. Like unless he's on Scrooge's, but I don't think we've seen that at all yet. So we're instantly getting Nala out there. Because not only is it questing for 3, the resist we were just talking about, Nala gets to quest twice if Genie's the play, and they don't. Oh my goodness! Whoo! Oh, this is not what Valerio wants. This Nala's gonna quest for at least 5. At least 5. Maybe. Okay, there could be an Into the Inkwell. There could be an Into the Inkwell, which there needs to be an Into the Inkwell to handle this Nala. Because now it's questing for at least 6. I'm wondering. I wish I paid a little more attention during the mulligan, but Valerio has been keeping his hand pretty close to his chest, not showing off what he's been mulling as much. But like, imagine if he had kept that elephant. I actually think he should have. I guess it didn't matter because if he gives Lady resist, then the penny gets taken down. I was gonna say maybe you should have spread it so no matter what. I do think that there's a low chance that Nala gets the hit because if Nala gets hit, she still quests for 2, so you only lose 1 lore. Where any of the other, oh, this game's over. One jump ahead and inked sail turn 2. I wonder if he super bricked or needed to sail to try to find a 1 drop or a 4 drop turn 2. Well, that's where his hand was, Into the Unknowns. So he definitely bricked hard on Into the Unknowns. But we're going up to 13. We're only adding the thing, so our last card is Fire the Cannons. So there's a world that Rizzy could brick out. And Elsa's not bad here. We're putting Rizzy down to only going to 15. If that is a Hades in hand, but it's not. This is a tough choice. Valerio has to choose, like, do I pump up this Elsa to take out the Troubadour? And I think it's right, because because we really wanted that extra ink. Oh, we're not even going after Truby, though. That's interesting. I guess you could have gone after the Ariel, or the Aurora anyways. I would have maybe given... No, he's going to 15, I guess. I was thinking he was only going to 13. So maybe I still would have gone after Penny. But this Hades is big. Like, we thought he was just out of the game for sure. Bricked pretty hard. But now Rizzy hasn't. But a single dock might seal the game for him in his favor. Rizzy's like, no, I'm questing. Like, if you want to double challenge this, you can, I guess. And it's also good for him, right? Because if he double challenges, then he could cannons. And now, if he doesn't double challenge, then he doesn't get a draw. Whereas had he not quested, then Valerio gets to draw a free card, basically. And now, Fire the Cannons does something. Boom! It's a game. It's a game. It's over. I think the game's just over now. He needed a dock. He hit the dock. This game was an intense game 3. I think that's what we wanted for finals, right? Just going crazy back and forth top decks. But I can't really think of a way out of this. Is he not at 18? Did the Daisy not put him at 18? Wasn't he just at 15? Isn't he at 17? I'm so confused. He's at 18. Okay. I thought he gained some amount of lores. was like he was at 15, then Troubadour put him at 16. Now the Daisy to 18, and all of a sudden we need two removal. We need to have two, and that's a bell that answers one, not two. I think the game is just over. Possibly. We have eight. No. There's still an hour? Nope. I was like, maybe Elsa gets us there, but it doesn't actually. Goofy plays Lorcana. I mean, Doc's in there to be top decked. You could argue, of course, he top decked Hades. Of course, he top decked the second Into the Unknown. It does go both ways, and Valerio definitely stumbled on like the turns 2 and 3. Well, 1 and 3, or 3 and 4. No, just 1 and 3, because his 4 was his 3. But then you could argue that Rizzy stumbled on like the 2 turns that he was just sitting on Fire the Cannons. You slam the Elsa, but sadly, it's not enough. You're just short. Because you don't have an answer to this Daisy. Rizzy doing his best Sky impression of just folding his arms and leaning back, being like, what are you going to do? He's just like, shrug, win. I mean, Amber Steel taking down 2 events. It's also possible that this is just straight up Sky's list taking down 2 events, because we saw the other Amber Steel was playing John Silver, but that was Wep's version. I think Rizzy, everything he played was from Sky's list, including seeing the Sven. Bravo indeed, until Soulful. Italian national champion David Rizzy. We end a giveaway. Exactly. Amber Steel is best deck in format? Maybe. I don't know. If Amber Steel literally was the best deck in format, it would be easily answered quickly, because I think Dogs with Under the Sea just messes it up. Again, Blurple has bricked when it counters 8 out of 8 times on stream. I don't think it bricked every time it was on stream, nor did it dominate every time it was on the stream. I think it got messed up a few times. They do have Pete's to answer that, but they're not playing Max Pete. Maybe that's the choice in the future, but playing Pete also slows down a lot of things in a lot of times. And Dogs has characters, so it's like brutal to try to play around Under the Sea when they can also challenge pretty easily. Like, they have Super Crab in Tramp, but I mean, I guess all I'm saying is it doesn't matter what is quote unquote the best deck in format, because there will be a counter to it. So it's more about reading the meta. So if everyone thinks Amber Steel's the best deck, then people are going to play anti-Amber Steel, and all of a sudden Blurple might crush it and win. But when something's like hands down best deck in format, that's when something normally has to be banned, because every event it's like 80% or something crazy, like 40-60% of the meta every single event, back to back to back to back. But like what we've been seeing is, yes, a lot of Blurple, but it's been knocked down over and over and over again. But it is one of the better fair decks that has a good variety, and that's fine. It has a high percentage. It can feel frustrating, but you always have game. Well, Arathian, one reason why is that some of the top decks being Blurple, how do you win the Blurple mirror? You go over them, right? You start playing second star, you draw more cards, right? So the more that people are trying to go over the top of the other deck is when something sneaky like a super hyper aggressive Amber Steel comes in and just wrecks all the people who are having this arms race. And then you're going to have decks that maybe don't have big card advantage, but have such big 2 and 3 for ones against Amber Steel that they come into the meta in a healthy meta. But Lorcana never has healthy metas because people don't react properly. So you have people playing anti-Amber Steel decks in a meta full of red-blue. And it's just like, no, play the anti-red-blue cards so I could play the Amber Steel deck. Instead, we both lose to red-blue. Lorcana, national champion! Ooh, what is the prizes? What are the prizes? Oh, a bunch of promos. Enchanteds. Alright, alright. And there's more, too. Whoa, whoa, a full set of enchanteds? That's chapter 1. That is, that's a good thing to win as national champion. Man. I mean, they did have 64 events feeding into this. If each of them paid a good amount into it, I could see that covering the costs. I just assumed with 64 events in Italy, the size of Italy, that you'd have a bunch of smaller stores doing it. But I guess you probably have a large percentage of the Italian Lorcana population going to as many as they can, similar to like set champs. The finals were apparently supposed to be best of 5, but both players decided to only do a best of 3 because one of the players had a train to catch. So they both conceded a game to each other. That's a nice thing to do. Hypothetically, if they were to ban something at a Sky's list, what would it be? Probably Doc or Daisy, says Illuminite. Doc, if they wanted to keep all the draw in purple. I mean, that would be brutal, but I think the drawback of discarding your hand is a fair aspect of Doc, and it makes you play a very linear-ish or more linear aggressive shell. It doesn't go into every deck. I think it's fine. Sure, some games are won when it's Doc into Doc into Doc, but a lot of things do that. Like, Doc is nowhere near the level of Flaversham or Bucky. Like, an aggro shell will exist with or without it. If Amber Steel literally was the best deck in the format and nothing could beat it, they would probably ban Lady or Nala. I think those are the two biggest problems, is because it allows you to double things. I don't think they can afford to ban Strength. If they really just didn't want removal, I could see them banning Strength. But I would not like that. I think if they banned Strength, it would be very bad for the game. I don't even think Lady's that oppressive or anything. I just think it would be one of the things to do it. What else are they giving them? Altered Hades, a full enchanted set, 3 boxes, a playmat. Like Lady is literally just a 1 cost 2/2 quest for 2. And while that would be too good on turn 1, I think that's perfectly reasonable on turn 3. And you can't play 3 of them. You can't, even if you have 2, you can't do it. I actually think Lady is incredibly well designed and balanced. It could be one of the best designed cards in the game for giving aggro a tool that has like a stopgap that I agree with. Blurple does not need a board wipe. I want a board wipe in the game, but I do not want it to be in Sapphire or an Amethyst. It literally cannot be in either of those colors because I mean we can't understand they're not talking at all. If you put it in Blurple or in blue or Amethyst, then that deck gets to use it. And not only do they get to use it, but then they get the best card draw in the game, they get the best ramp in the game. You cannot give the best ramp and the best card draw the only board wipe. You have to separate it. So instead of Blurple being the best deck in the format, you have 2 decks. You have ramp B prep and you have card draw B prep. But you can't have them be in the same deck, even if it's Dual Link board wipe. But that could be an answer. Give Ruby Emerald a Dual Link board wipe. Like, give it to Amber Ruby. If they reprinted Brawl, even we'd have a different format. Yeah. Yeah. Like, Brawl, it was an effective answer to 2 of the best characters in the format, Genie and Tiana. But Brawl is also maybe a little too good, humorously. The game has a lot of cards that can be brawled, whereas in other games, like, say, Magic, most 6 drops in Magic are at least 3 threes or bigger. At least, right? Normally they have at least 4 power and toughness at 6 cost and do something. And I mean, they have like 6 cost 6/6s that do things. So they're allowed to have a card that banishes a card that has 3 or less power. Magic has that at 2 cost. We had it at 3 cost and it only hit 2 or less, and it was still pretty dang good, actually. Which is crazy, the fact that your 3 cost, like, in a world full of ladies and Tianas, it's good. If the aggro deck is turn 1 Daisy, turn 2 Lilo, Brawl is not good. But if your opponent is going 1 drop, 2 drop, 3 drop, Brawl is a lot better. It's still a little rough. You still need something to help with it. But then if you're in a format where they skip turn 1, they ramp on turn 2, and turn 3 they play Genie, Brawl's not bad again. Because you're hitting their first ramped threat, and they're not really committing anything to board, and you have time to catch up. The Lady 3 drop should have been a Dual Link? I don't know about that. What, Dual Link Emerald Amber? I honestly would rather them print more cards at equal power level in the colors that need it than banning cards from the good ones. Because to equalize it, I feel like we'd have to ban like 3 or 4 cards from 3 colors. Like, we're banning Elsa, we're banning Genie, we're banning Lady, we're banning Daisy, we're banning Strength, we're banning Sail, we're banning Tipo. Like, we're not letting people ramp until turn 3. Um, I think I think not reprinting B Prep and Fable was hilarious and good. Not for the game necessarily, but for the players who are in their first game, their first TCG, because there are too many people in the first like 5 sets. It didn't happen as much after the DLC started happening. It kind of backed down, but there was just constantly people saying they needed to ban Be Prepared and hating Be Prepared, saying it's busted and cheap and da 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 da. And it's like, no, you don't understand what it's like. I had a test, a preemptive taste of what this format felt like, not because I knew anything early outside of Worlds. Playing Worlds where you could ban a color, we banned Steel, all of a sudden the format degenerated, devolved. Because although we had Be Prepared, it was still hyper aggro decks trying to go under the Be Prepared, and they just didn't have to worry about Tinkerbell. They didn't have to worry about Cindy Storm. They didn't have to worry about Strength. They could just go really fast and go under it. And like we played these deck, like the aggro deck we played was Amber, Amethyst, Burn, like, and it had like a 95% win rate on the play, if even, or at least. It was just like you had to brick. I lost one game with it on the play, and I felt like I bricked pretty hard. I made it. I bricked and made a mistake. The play I chose to do was a mistake, and then I bricked and then lost from it. Where had I not made that mistake, the card I drew would have been perfect, and I would have won the game. Against a roughish matchup because he was playing like Flinger Dingers basically, which obviously is going to have a good matchup against a hyper aggro deck full of 1/1s, right? But them not giving B Prep is just showing everyone what it's like. Now you know what it's like not to have B Prep. Isn't this crappy? Wouldn't it be nice if we had Be Prepared? Yeah. So I really expect them to give us another board wipe. That said, there's a world that they think Under the Sea is good enough. I started at the end of set 5 and never played any TCG before. I hated B Prep. Now I miss it as I totally understand its purpose. I did, however, and still venomously hate Big Sisu. One-sided board wipe was vile. Yeah, which is kind of the issue with Under the Sea, right? So do you think this camera just got turned off, or did they actually end the stream? And you think they ended the stream but forgot to click end stream? I kind of feel like that's what they did. So Big Sisu, having a full board wipe on one-sided like is pretty rough. I think if Sisu didn't have shift targets and Ice Block wasn't a thing, it would have been fine. Ice Block / the other item, Coil. Like, if Sisu only hit characters that were 2 or less, I think it would have been reasonable. I think when Ice Block and Coil were around, Sisu was super annoying. But now the new players will know how it is, so hopefully they won't have to remind the player base. Or they can just tap the sign, be like, remember this? You didn't like it. Remember what it felt like? It wasn't good. But as you even said with Sisu, it's rough. Like, and we talked about earlier that Ali Sweet had the tweet where she's like, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I miss playing Red Blue Sisu more than playing against Amber Steel. And I can see how some people get that feeling, because Amber Steel beats you really quickly, and Red Blue takes their sweet time. So while taking their sweet time, it creates the illusion that you have a chance. And then you think of what you need to do to win the game, and you try and you try, and you barely lose. But realistically, you were dead 10 turns ago, and they just couldn't finish it till then. But they had the answers, but it just took time to show you. I think we're gonna watch the Diet Coke Invitational. Oh, interesting. We get to just look at... This is an intriguing caster setup. I feel like the camera should be closer to them. But humorously, I don't mind the fact that the board is kind of small. It still looks nice. The camera quality is good enough I can read it. This is fine. But, yeah. Probably about to raid these people. If anyone has any questions about anything or anything like that while I'm ranting, I can maybe talk about it. The fact that they could shift it was when it really hurt, as its shift target usually did something. Yeah. They baby Sisu your 3-drop or whatever, and then shift on it a turn later. What are my thoughts on Amethyst Steel for the current meta? I think it can be good. I think it has some skill expression, just like most Steel decks. If you draw the right cards in the right matchups, it could be pretty good. I was born into the red-blue meta with Hiram in his prime. I didn't realize how much value RB players were getting from Pop and Hiram. Yeah. That Diet Coke Invitational. Heads held high makes Under the Sea so much more dangerous. Yes. But heads held high is a one-time use. I think a 2-card combo that only wipes your opponent's board is reasonable. Is it backbreaking? Yes. Can it win you the game? Yes. Does it get stopped by Ursula 2 and Pete? Yes. Is it super slow and require everything going towards it? Yes. I think it's fine at the moment. If we had more card draw in that archetype, I would think maybe something needs adjusted, but at that point it would probably be Clarabelle. Like, I think Clarabelle would get banned far sooner, much sooner than Under the Sea would. Because any card, like the cards that I think have the most potential for being banned at the moment is Dumbo, Scar, and Clarabelle. I think these are the best types of cards you could ban. Possibly Doc, but he is at the lowest end of that spectrum. Like, it's like you can ban these cards and the deck doesn't lose everything, but it loses its big card engine, and that's normally enough to knock it out of the meta for a little bit. Yeah, I think Scar draws way too many cards. I think it's not the basis, it's how many cards they draw. I think the capability of the first 3 cards drawing like 15 cards. I think Dumbo has the, like, I said it first, but I think in the order of likelihood, it'll be like Clarabelle, Scar, Dumbo. So Dumbo's going to see the most play, but Clarabelle is the easiest to draw an insane amount of cards off of. I played it this last weekend. I played around 20 to 30 games, and it's just insane. It draws like 6 to 7 cards in chunks. You empty your hand, you draw a bunch of cards. Your opponent fights it by getting rid of their cards. It's very anti-intuitive to fight. But I don't think any of them need to be or should be. But those are the pillars of the decks that, like, if that deck needs nerfed, like if green-blue needs to be nerfed, in my mind, you have to get rid of Clarabelle. And that would kill the deck. But it's that abrasive of a card. It's just like, oh, I have like, when you look at the deck, you lose the games you don't ever see Under the Sea or you don't see Clarabelle. You still lose games that you see either of those cards, but Under the Sea is like an anti-aggro blowout, and Clarabelle is the I'm going to win all the other things by doing this long card advantage game. And I think it's better to get rid of the inkable draw 1,000 cards than it is the uninkable thing. And Scar has the same capability that, like, if we didn't have the capable answers, or say the next set gives us cards that are such good answers that then the game slows down, and like if the game slowed down 2 or 3 turns, I think Scar is absurd. I think its biggest weakness is that it's slow to set up, because like we saw them almost win earlier by catching up after drawing 9 cards on a Scar trigger. They still lost, but it was, or no, they did win, but it was like super close because they're like the other deck had to brick basically. I mean, Scar to me is like a Whole New World, but worse. And like if Whole New World and like Whole New World probably could have been banned or should have been banned, just like Flaversham. Like if the cards that we did ban got banned, those other cards probably should have been. I loved playing Whole New World, and I didn't think it needed to be banned because it had capable answers. But I also didn't think Bucky needed to be nerfed into the ground or possibly even banned, because there were decks that crushed Bucky, and they were becoming like red blue dominated Bucky quite easily. And I think some Steel Song versions also beat Bucky. Like if they're shifting a Tinkerbell, Bucky don't care, or Bucky loses, right?
Hey
If they're
Singer
singing A Whole
Lisa.
New World, Bucky just got edited undone, right? So they have to have an answer to your singer and this other stuff. But the format's pumping out new cards. Like, ooh, Bucky, like you're shifting Diablo to make me discard a card. I'm playing Ariel on turn 2 with Aurora, right? So sure, if you have the shift Diablo sing Storm on my Aurora and you're on the play, but in that meta, most of the time, singing something with Diablo on turn 2 is pretty good. The Bucky's not necessarily needed, but they have to have everything, right? They have to have the Bucky, the Diablo, the shift target, the action to get rid of, and then followed up by playing another Floodborn and then another Floodborn. And like, while that's kind of what the deck did, it didn't always have everything. And if you opened like, you have to have the Storm or the Strength to answer a turn 1 Cindy to boot. Or if they played a turn 2 Singer 4, then it doesn't even answer it. You get to draw one card, but then they're probably singing Strength, Storm, Zeus on your Diablo, and it's being answered. And then the next turn, they're maybe singing A Whole New World and resetting it, and from there, it's gone. It's just like there is play to these insane cards, but they're banning cards because people complain, honestly. Like, people hated Bucky, and to be fair, discard is fine. Having the entire deck be some crazy version of discard that like gets their whole hand is a little much. Like Mind Twist, if you're a Magic player, is too good. Hymn to Turok, really good, probably too good. Probably should have cost 3. Mind Rot, who cares? You know, like Thoughtseize, very good and fair. I think it should be in the format because we need some ways to deal with Hades, deal with Sisu, deal with these gigantic ramp targets, because we do not have enough cards to check ramp. And it just happens to be that one of the most hated things in most card games is resource denial, and that's something we would need to also stop ramp. But how do you make resource denial to stop ramp that doesn't reward someone ramping into it? Do you think RB is making decisions that will give Lorcana a long, healthy life? I think so. They hired Brandon DeCandio, so that was a good start. It was someone who has a history playing TCGs, who has shown in the first year of playing the game he has a deep understanding and knowledge of the game. He played with cards that not everyone played, so it shows that he's not just going to play the best cards no matter what. He's open to seeing the power level of cards, and that means that he probably has a high chance of designing cards in a way that they're powerful but not openly and obviously, to which therefore could cause a more diverse meta. I'm pretty sure he has some design experience on some White Wolf games as well. So I think that's a good decision. Obviously, it's biased. I am friends with DeCandio. I think he's hilarious and a smart guy. And those are things we want, right? We need more humor in our Lorcana cards. JK, but like, he has the skill set that they're looking for. And like we talked about these last sets, like, I really like the design of Lady. I think Lady is a very well-designed card that is pushing the envelope. And I think pushing the envelope and banning cards occasionally is much better than just making a bunch of mid garbage that no one wants to play with. That said, I think overly pushing the envelope every single set to sell boosters and then ban the best card later is a terrible idea. And some games do that and people hate it. So it is a delicate dance to do. Singing Beyond the Horizon. How about I draw 3 cards and you draw none? So I would think that they're doing some pretty good decisions. Some decisions I don't necessarily like. I would have liked more DLCs much sooner. Like, but those are more tournament things. And if you really look into it, some of it makes sense. And I could see how issues arising could push things back and cause more problems. Like, I can't think of a perfect solution to what they should have done, and I think if it was that easy, they would have done it. That said, they did have people working for them who thought 2-game format was good. So what do I know? I think J-Bomb was talking it up just the other day that he thinks 2-game was good or missed it, and then someone else was too. I think someone was talking about how. Oh no! That was one of my opponents on Pixelborn. Was like, I miss 2-game format because the Sapphire Emerald matchups are always a split. It doesn't matter. And I wanted to argue with them, but I just didn't say anything because it wasn't worth my time. Because it's like a prime example of skill diff, honestly. I don't want to just toot my horn and be like, I'm so good. But like, if you are splitting a mirror match constantly and other people say that it's not play draw dependent, and even if a percentage of people say it's not, but a large percentage say it does, like, I'm assuming there's some skill issues. It could be that if both players are of equal skill level, it's going to be a split. But most likely what's happening is that there's some in-depth play patterns that are not being done by the masses, and therefore it's coming down to who turns their guys sideways after playing them, and it's going to be splits more often. I thought it was set 10, and we're on set 9, so is it next set, or is it 2 sets away? I know that the cards have not been impacted for DeCandio, but he has been there, so you cannot say that some of his decisions probably, like, you can't just assume he hasn't had any impact. I am sure that he has an impact on direct bannings and unbannings, or like, not like he's in charge of it, but I would assume that they would ask him. Like, if he's in charge of design and they're like, hey, we're thinking about banning this card, I think that's someone that they would be talking to. Even if it wasn't DeCandio, I just think that they're like, hey, if we ban this, does this impact cards you're planning on printing later? Were you reprinting this card? Was your next set about to print a card that answers this card? Like, so if DeCandio is making a card that single-handedly nerfs Blurple into the ground or kills Dumbo and Doc, we don't need to ban those cards. We can just weather the storm and let people... Because, sure, you can say we print these big cards to sell the set. Well, if they're printing answers to those cards in the next set, I mean, maybe that's an more evil thing. Which would you rather have, them print cards that answer cards or them ban your cards? Whoever had an impact on getting rid of ink tokens needs to go. You know, I don't think DeCandio likes ink tokens. I don't remember. So, like, there is a world that he had that sway. But I'm interested to hear their reasoning on it. And part of me just assumes it's to prevent logos from being on streams. And I think for DLCs, they just, like, in every DLC, they told me I wasn't allowed to use it on stream. And I think they don't want people using it on, like, streams like this right here. They don't want to see people playing in these events advertising their ink tokens. And, like, content creators made ink tokens with their brand on it and their logos. So people were using them for promotion purposes. And so that would make sense that they just don't want that aspect, and it's easier just to blanket ban it. All right, but I do need to go do stuff. I've bled enough viewers. I should have rated them when we still had the big stack instead of just restreaming their stream. But, you know, yeah, sometimes that happens. Today is Sunday. Tomorrow I'll be back. I hope you're ready for some Silk Song, because it's Other Game Mondays, non-Lorcana Mondays. You know, we love it. We love it. JDZ loves it. He messages me. He PMs me all the time. He's like, I know you're not playing Lorcana, and I'm going to talk trash about you on stream, but I love it. I never want to see you play Lorcana again. I want to see you play all the other video games. Now, that's what I want to see. You know he loves it. Nah, I hate it. All right. I'll see you all later. Have a fantastic night. And I should probably actually click the raid button instead of just doing that. I assume we're going to continue watching the same thing we're watching. Lorcana, Wosin, Mickey, and Minnie. Where Diet Coke Invitational. All right. I'm probably going to keep watching this as well. I do like watching things like this on the weekend. Does anyone know what the smoking ban is? I heard Team Snuggly Duckling mention it in their last video. I have no idea. Was it from the rules? Like, it would be pretty weird if all of a sudden they added to the default rules that you couldn't, like, go outside and smoke between rounds. But I could see that if people were, like, going outside and just, like, really getting stinky and then coming inside, that they don't want people, like, harassing others with their smells. Like, cigarettes can smell pretty bad, and who knows what else they might be. So that could be there, I guess. But it'd be a little weird there. I don't know. I'll look into that. I haven't seen that. We love when you stream meta decks. No, Za, you want to watch me play Silk Song. You loves it. The cost of which Scar draws and how you have to build a whole deck makes it. Yeah, yeah. All right. I think we're good to go. Bye. Oh, I guess I hadn't clicked the button. So now, in a few more seconds. Now it's bye.